That is pretty gorgeous. And then on the Champs-Élysées, where the crowds were, and there were also millions of people near the Eiffel Tower, there's the Champs-Élysées, and they had at midnight about a dozen different Ferris wheels, each one with a different theme. Acrobats, and there was one that was supposed to be the constellation just as it is now. There was one that you could leave messages on with the internet, and they're all going, they're all ablaze just for this one night. And there's only one that you can ride on. You can see that one there. That they have every year. All the others are just for tonight. The whole city is there. It says you there. You say on 2000, and the whole city is ablaze. The bridges are all lit up. But nothing is more glorious than this Eiffel Tower. I came here when I was, I don't know, something like 12 years old, I remember, with my parents, and thought the Eiffel Tower was so extraordinary. Nothing like tonight.
Thanks, Barbara. 2 o'clock in the morning in Paris, and Barbara's going to stay with us, as is Charlie, and they will go on having this endless competition about which city put on the greatest show at the sign of the millennium. And New York's Times Square is yet to come, yet to be heard from here in the eastern United States. When we come back, Elton John and Connie Chung, and we will find them in a city that didn't even exist at the beginning of this century, Las Vegas, Nevada.
ABC 2000 will continue from around the world in just a moment.
This is the workshop of radicals. A one-car garage where two young men with $500 in venture capital invented an industry. Their idea was simple: invent something useful and significant, or it doesn't leave the garage. The idea was so simple, it was radical. Today, the company of Bill Hewlett and Dave Packard is being reinvented. The original startup will act like one again. Watch.
I need love, love to ease my mind. I need to find someone to call mine. Mama said, you gotta hurry, love.
Now there's a whole new way to snack and kick back. Introducing single-serving Tostitos snack kits. Just be sure you pick the right time to eat them. Dig in, kick back, Tostitos.
Arizona Angels coming to bat in the first.
Time is running out on the year's biggest blockbuster, Toyotathon 2000. Don't miss edge of your seat action and red-hot values on the year 2000 Toyotas. Now, it's all about time. Miss it, and you'll get left behind. Toyotathon 2000. And soon at your Toyota dealer.
This is Unisom Sleep Gels. It helps you sleep. This is Tylenol PM. It helps you sleep too. They both have the exact same amount of the exact same sleep ingredient. But Tylenol PM has added medicine for headaches, backaches, even fever. Do you have a headache? Backache? Fever? Then why take medicine for it? Take Unisom. It's a safe, non-habit-forming way to fall fast asleep.
America's Broadcasting Company wishes you a Happy New Year.
There is nothing wrong with your television set. We are controlling transmission.
We hope you've enjoyed the journey and remind you that the best is yet to come. Welcome to television's new millennium, brought to you by your friends at ABC.
Mall Furniture of Wausau and Marshfield is holding a Super New Year's sale so big, they saved it for the new year. 2 big days to save in Marshfield and in Wausau. Mall Furniture's New Year's sale. Extra savings on special merchandise. Some arrive too late for Christmas. Others are special purchases. Don't miss the big Super New Year's sale, Saturday and Sunday, 11 to 5 p.m. at Mall Furniture, Marshfield, and Wausau.
Choose your minivan from the most luxurious Chrysler Town & Country Limited to America's lowest priced Voyager. Voyager, named a Consumer's Digest Best Buy 11 years in a row. And maybe that's why more people choose from our family of minivans than any other. Now get $12.50 cash allowance on all Chrysler minivans, or lease Voyager for $239 a month.
We'll tell you.
Live from around the world, this is ABC 2000. Once again, Peter Jennings.
If you're looking over at the big wall here, where we have all the time zones of the world put up, and looking at the Eiffel Tower in one place and Big Ben in the other, I'm reminded of how we visited the old world, and we're now going to take you to the absolute opposite in every respect. I said that at the beginning of 1900, Las Vegas wasn't there. Nevada's been the fastest growing state in the United States since 1960. And these days, if you want to go to the Eiffel Tower or almost any other great world site, you can go to Las Vegas. Some people in America cast a jaundiced eye on this place, but it represents a quintessential thing all unto itself. And there we find, outside the Bellagio Hotel, our Connie Chung. Connie?
Thank you, Peter, and good evening, everyone, from Las Vegas. I'm at the tip of the Strip. Every night here, as you probably know, is New Year's Eve. It's resolution, risk, and renewal. These are the fountains just outside the Bellagio. They are fountains that perform dancing waters to music. And this New Year's, one of the biggest acts in town is Elton John. Just like Las Vegas, Elton John has constantly reinvented himself. And in the last few years, he's written hit scores for the theater, and he's traded in his sequence for sincerity. The man they call Captain Fantastic is clean and sober now. He appeared before a Las Vegas audience last night, and let's take a look at it. Here's Elton John. Elton John. If those Dancing Waters had been playing to his music, you know, you would have seen them going like this, and that's exactly what they do every half hour for 8 minutes. At midnight, there will be a half-hour show. There have been lots of stars here, and there are many stars here tonight. Barbra Streisand is appearing, Bette Midler, Tony Bennett, Rod Stewart. The Eagles were here last night. And I'm here also with someone who has lived in Las Vegas for 40 years and has watched Las Vegas change. He started singing in Las Vegas as a teenager. Watch. You'll figure out who it is. So much. Okay. Here he is, Mr. Las Vegas. Wayne Newton, thank you for being with us.
Oh, it's a great, great pleasure on what a glorious night.
Wayne, you have lived here for 40 years, and you have seen Las Vegas reinvent itself every decade.
Over and over.
All right. Now, what do you think we're going to see in the new millennium? How is Las Vegas going to reinvent itself again?
I think it's probably cyclic to the extent that obviously the hotels have become cities to themselves.
Right. Yeah, but the mobsters aren't going to come back, are they?
Well, I don't know about that, and I have nothing to do with that either way. So let me say that quickly. But I think that...
You spent a lot of money in a lawsuit to prove that, right?
I think that it's moving back very quickly to star policy again, which it had moved away from for a while, and then it went to production shows for a while longer.
Yeah, but now it's a theme park for adults.
It's
right?
Exactly right. But people still want to come here. When they get on an airplane, they say, who am I going to see? Right. And I think that that's what's going on.
But I think a lot of people here as well want everyone to know that the Strip is not Las Vegas, right? The city is completely different, and so many people have moved here. By the year, I'm told, by the year 2005, there will be 2 million people and no water. So isn't that time to tell people to turn their wagons east?
Well, I really don't think to say no water. We've got Lake Mead 20 minutes from here, which is the largest man-made lake in the Western Hemisphere. And so I think they might want to slow down the growth by saying no water, but I really don't perceive that it would be any problem.
But it is the fastest growing city. In the last 13 years, it's been the fastest growing city in the country.
It's the 9th largest school district in the entire country, and it is the fastest growing. 6,000 people a month move here. Right. We kept it a secret for a long time, but...
All right, now tell me, you knew Sinatra. You were one of the pallbearers, which I didn't realize that you were that close. Was he was the boozer and the gambler and the womanizer.
Well, I think that he went through a phase in his life where he did that, as maybe some of all of us have. But there was a time toward the end when he kind of kept pace with what he thought he should do.
All right. Thank you, Wayne Newton. I should actually say Dankeschön.
Bitte schön. Thank you.
Peter, back to
Connie,
you.
I have a question for Wayne Newton, if you wouldn't mind asking it, because I notice he doesn't have a thing in his ear. Dankeschön was 1963, I think, and you said he's been there for 40 years. What's the greatest moment he remembers in the history of Las Vegas?
Peter wants to know what the greatest moment in the history of Las Vegas was for you.
The greatest moment is going to be tonight when I open at the Stardust Hotel for a 10-year run at 40 weeks, which means I'll be home. I've done a lot of wonderful things and had a lot of wonderful people, but there's no place like home, and I'm looking forward to being here.
There you go. He just signed a 10-year contract with the Stardust. So you're shameless, aren't you? You had to tell everybody.
Absolutely.
Hey, listen, that's what you're supposed to do in Las Vegas anyway. Wayne Newton.
Well, there you go. You're right.
Originally from Norfolk, Virginia, which I guess everybody but me knew. And he once told People magazine that if people didn't pay him to sing, as he's going to do now at the Stardust, he'd stand on a street corner and sing, and I have no doubt that he would do it well. Our coverage will continue in just a moment.
And now the end is near. So I face the final curtain. My friend, I'll say it clear. I'll state my case.
All right, good luck, honey.
Oh, almost forgot. Your mother and I want you to have this.
credit card.
You know, for emergencies.
Thanks.
Emergencies.
I'm telling you, titanium. It's the only way to go.
We're all flying to Aspen next weekend. Want to come?
Dad!
There's an easier way to teach your kids about credit. And guess what? It's free. Call for your copy of How Credit Cards Work. See? There's always something more to discover.
See the USA in your Chevrolet.
Liberty, freedom, opportunity. Westward, upward, ingenuity.
See the USA
Songs, dances, second chance.
in your Chevrolet.
Unbelievable romance.
See the
Changing faces, going places. Wherever America's going, we'll be there.
Now, what'll it be, sweetheart?
Let me guess. A nice, cold Pepsi. I wouldn't want to hear one of those crazy voices of yours, huh?
Honey, you ain't heard nothing yet. Hit it, fellas.
Are calling Snow Falling on Cedars, haunting and beautifully crafted.
You have a gentle heart, a good heart.
A visual masterpiece and a heartbreaking love story.
I want you to marry me. Please say yes.
It transports us to a magical world.
It takes a rare thing to free oneself from the chambers of the human heart.
Snow Falling on Cedars, rated PG-13. Now playing in select cities nationwide January 7th.
The easiest just got easier. Introducing America Online new version 5.0 with all new features so it's easier to stay in touch and easier to get started. AOL new version 5.0. So easy to use, no wonder it's #1. Call now and we'll sign you up right over the phone.
Something new is here. A whole new way to take care of heartburn. Introducing Pepsid AC Gel Caps. Just one gel cap controls as much acid as a whole roll of Tums. An idea that's very easy to swallow. New Pepsid AC Gel Caps.
I traveled each and every highway and more, much more than this. I did it my way.
Welcome back to our coverage of the world at the end of the century. We're going to go right into Times Square because Jack Ford is there with one of the most special guests in this whole city tonight. Jack?
Peter, indeed, we are pleased to have one of the more special guests with us, Dr. Mary Ann Hopkins. Peter, at about 1 minute before midnight, along with Mayor Rudy Giuliani, is going to press the button that will start the ball. That was raised at about 7 o'clock this morning, started on its 1-minute descent to the year 2000. Doctor, it's nice to see you again. Thank you.
So nice to be here. Thank you.
Tell us, how did you find out that you were going to be the one to push the button to lower the ball?
Well, the staff from Doctors Without Borders called me and left a message on my voicemail. And I must say, I thought it was a joke for quite a long time.
That's right. So now, tell us first about Doctors Without Borders and your role with them, what you've been doing.
Right. I volunteered with them in Sri Lanka and Burundi. And basically, we're an organization that goes out wherever there's a need for health care in countries that have been ravaged by war or famine or other types of natural disasters. We go anywhere that there's a need, that people need us.
And you've been to a number of locations yourself. Tell us
Yes.
about the places that you've been to and the work you've been able to do.
Sure. I was the sole surgeon for 500,000 people in Sri Lanka in the middle of a war zone. And then I was in Makamba, Burundi, also a war zone. Surgeons are often in war zones, so I've seen a lot of trauma.
And I saw at one point in time that you said your work here in New York, if you don't come in one morning, there are other physicians that can take over for you.
Right.
Not so when you're...
Not at all. In fact, I was the only surgeon, And in Burundi, I was one of 2 doctors. The other doctors was a family practice doctor who was Burundian, and there were just the 2 of us for the entire southern part of the country, really.
Did you see palpable results that you were actually able to help people there?
Yes, and I think one of the more rewarding experiences for me was to be able to teach how to do cesarean sections in basic surgery to the family practice doctor in Burundi, so that if we had to evacuate for safety reasons, there would be somebody that would be there to take over for us.
Very worthy work, work that's necessary of our, or certainly requires our respect and thanks for you, and serious business. But tonight is a little
We're
bit
going to
light.
have fun.
Now, you've known for weeks that
Yes.
you're going to be out there behind us pressing the button. There are going to be some maybe 2 million people here, perhaps 1 billion watching you on television. What do you think now as the moment is coming closer?
Unbelievable. I'm so excited to be able to share the entrance of the new millennium with so many people, with the entire world.
Well, we're delighted that you're sharing this part of the evening with us. Thank you so
it's
much.
my
And again,
pleasure.
your work with Doctors Without Borders, it's something that's necessary and something that we thank you all for. And get that button pushing
Get
the
my
finger
finger
going, you'll be all set. Dr. Marianne Hopkins, a pleasure. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Peter,
Thanks
as
very
you
much,
said, a
Jack.
very special guest joining us this evening.
Thank you, Jack. I appreciate it. A little clarification for the people at home. Dr. Hopkins herself did not win the Nobel Prize, as we said on the screen there, but Doctors Without Borders won the Nobel Prize. They were founded in 1971 by a group of doctors who were frustrated with what they thought was basically the passivity of the International Red Cross, and they felt you couldn't go to a disaster zone, and they've gone everywhere in the world, without taking a position, a humanitarian position, and it is that for which they were recognized by the Nobel Committee just last year. Now, from Ford to Ford, on the telephone tonight to exchange, I hope, New Year's greetings, President Gerald Ford, who's at Beaver Creek in Colorado, where he makes his permanent home. Good evening, Mr. President.
Good evening, Peter. It's wonderful to talk with you and to see what you're doing.
And how nice to hear your voice. How have you spent the day?
Well, we had a couple of local meetings here. We're trying to get things promoted during the winter season. We've got some snow. There are skiers here, and Betty and I had our children, grandchildren here, and we've had a wonderful, wonderful holiday season so far.
I think that many people may know that one of the most pivotal moments in your own career, sir, having to take over the presidency as you did, but as you look back from this particular vantage point, some pivotal moments that occur to you?
Well, during World War II, Peter, I was on a combat aircraft carrier in the Pacific, and on 3 New Years, our ship, along with many others, were engaged in that conflict with our enemies in the Pacific. And those are times you never, never forget, Peter. And so things are a lot better today. We're relatively at peace, and we won the Cold War. We prevailed in World War II. So I think America's got a pretty good track record, and I'm optimistic about the 21st century.
Mrs. Ford as well, we hope?
Yes, we've had a good holiday with our family, as I said. It's been a good year for us, and we're looking forward to the year 2000.
No, Mr. President, we all wish you a very happy New Year, and thank you very much for taking a moment to join us.
Well, the best to you, Peter, and you've got a great program there. We're watching it on television.
Well, you're very nice, Mr. President. Thank you. Our regards to Mrs. Ford.
I will.
Good night,
Thank you,
sir.
Peter.
Thank you. It's interesting the President choosing a moment in World War II in the Pacific, because when our coverage began this morning, the very first midnight we celebrated was in Kiribati in the Pacific, which was a site of such a deadly battle for the U.S. as the U.S. marched in 1943 across the Pacific in the direction of the Japanese home islands. President Gerald Ford, who now lives in Beaver Creek, Colorado, very popular man in Colorado, not to mention in a lot of other places in the country as well. We'll be back in just a moment.
This is ABC 2000, the celebration of the millennium. Brought to you by AccuView Contact Lenses, vision for the new millennium. And by Energizer. They keep going and going.
Should have used Energizer. They keep going and going and going and going.
Introducing the new AccuView 2 contact lens. So natural, it feels like you're wearing nothing at all. For a free trial pair, call us or visit your eye care professional. Announcing a new way to see, near and far. AccuView bifocal contact lens with pupil intelligent design. Call 1-800-531-2121 for a free trial pair or visit your eye care professional.
Faster, more reliable, higher quality, more profitable. Nortel Networks is building the new high-performance internet, and it can be whatever you want it to be. So tell us, what do you want the internet to be?
Come together right now over me.
The year 2000 Corolla. Millennium-proof dependability.
There will be a next one. One who changes the game and makes it conform to his style. It could be his control, his speed, or his power. But something will shout out, this is him. Because there will be a next one. There always is. The NHL on ABC.
A message for the fans of NYPD Blue.
Starting January 11th, NYPD Blue is back on ABC. Still on Tuesday night, still at 10, 9 Central, just like it should be.
Blue is back. The new season begins Tuesday, January 11th on ABC. Viewer discretion advised.
Thanks for still being there.
At McDonald's, we put extra zest into seasoning our biggest, beefiest burger. We go the extra mile with thick sliced tomato and fresh whole leaf lettuce. We even think big about exactly where to put the ketchup and mayo. Why? Because you have big expectations that can only be satisfied by a Big Extra. The extraordinarily big taste of the Big Extra. And now you can get a Big Extra in an extra value meal with America's favorite fries and an ice cold Coke for just $2.99. Where? Did somebody say McDonald's?
Habitat for Humanity presents Saving Private Ryan, the World War II drama starring Tom Hanks and Matt Damon. Saturday, January 8th at 7 p.m. at the Grand Theater in Wausau. Tickets are $5 and available at Yankee Bookstore, the PAF, and at the Grand Theater box office the night of the show. Habitat for Humanity presents Saving Private Ryan.
We were talking to Connie Chung a little while ago about Las Vegas. Take a look at this. We said you didn't have to go anywhere. There's the Eiffel Tower in Paris on the left, and there is the Eiffel Tower in Las Vegas on the right. New World Enterprise, we shall call it. You couldn't have a millennium celebration, end of century celebration without looking at the magnificent progress and interest and fascination in every respect, mystery to an outsider in many ways, which is Florida. We're going to go to Miami now, where ABC's John Quinones tonight. John, how's the celebration going down there? Actually, we get a bit of a glimpse of it.
As you can tell by the folks behind me, Peter, the fiesta is in full swing here. I am standing right in the heart of South Beach, where throughout the day some 400,000 people have been assembling here to celebrate what they're calling here El Nuevo Milenio, the new millennium. This promises to be one of the biggest beach parties in the country, all celebrated in Latin style. After all, you cannot say Miami and not think Hispanic. Fully 60%, if not more, the population of the city is now Latino. And for years, you know, Miami has been touted as the city of the 21st century because of its people, an incredible mosaic of faces from Latin America, Africa, and the Caribbean. Peter?
John, it's sometimes said that the Latino population in Miami lives a life apart from everybody else. Is there any truth to that as far as you're concerned?
Well, because of where they come from and because of where what they've lost on the island, this is an incredibly hard-working and aggressive community, also viciously anti-communist. Sort of different from the Mexican community where I grew up, or the Puerto Rican community of New York. These folks are very close to each other, and they really are very tight when they stick together. New arrivals come, well taken care of, and very progressive. They've really built a large part of the city and are responsible for the beauty of it, for the successes here.
The other thing I happened to notice tonight, at least a little bit in your background there, that Art Deco, which was so fashionable in the 1940s, is back big time in South Beach.
It is so big, Peter. There's block and block of these beautiful restored buildings from the original designs of the 1930s and 40s in a rainbow of pastel colors. It is just phenomenal what they've done here. I should mention that several celebrities will be performing here in Miami tonight. Gloria Estefan, Julio Iglesias is performing here, and I understand his son, Enrique, will be one of our guests coming up.
He will indeed. Enrique Iglesias coming up. From where, I'm not altogether sure. But we'll be back in just a couple of minutes. Let's have very quickly a look at Orlando as well. A little hard to tell where you are when you get down that neck of the woods there, as so much of it is represented. But we'll come back in just a minute and listen to Enrique Iglesias.
All the places Americans could travel, most of us want to go to Hawaii. You stay with us. We'll take you there for the New Year's event of the century, ABC 2000.
I don't want to run a marathon. I don't want to go skydiving. I don't want to feel like a kid again. Though, not feeling ancient would be nice. All I really want is to be able to climb the stairs and give Michael a bath.
Vioxx is here, a prescription medicine for the most common type of arthritis pain, osteoarthritis. One little pill, taken just once a day, can provide 24-hour relief. In rare cases, serious stomach problems such as bleeding can occur without warning. People with allergic reactions such as asthma to aspirin or other arthritis medicines should not take Vioxx. Tell your doctor if you have liver or kidney problems. For more information, ask your doctor or pharmacist about once daily Vioxx for the relief of osteoarthritis pain. And you may be able to plan your day around your life instead of your pain. Vioxx for everyday victories.
New TV?
Yeah. Watch this.
RCA's experts understand you want the sharpest picture possible. So we developed the RCA digital monitor and receiver. The best picture today and unsurpassed high definition for tomorrow. RCA, changing entertainment again.
All right, everybody. If this one doesn't get your toes tapping, check your pulse. Here it is, coming to you in living cola. Refreshing Pepsi Cola. From the wonderful folks who put the R in cola. I'll be signing off now, because it's my bedtime. I'll catch you on the flip side. Be there.
I like this job.
Holiday bowl games. You could spend the next week watching classics like this.
Come on, Devil Mike!
Or you could come to the Gotta Get a Kia year-end sales event. You get a 2000 Sophia starting at $92.45 after $750 cash back. So, it's up to you. Either get $750 cash back during the Gotta Get a Kia year-end sales event, or enjoy the game.
Come on, Devil Mike! Let's go! Yeah!
Highlights on Sports Updates.
You are a skilled and gifted surgeon.
He left behind the only family he's ever known.
Bye, Homer.
To find his place in the world.
I've never actually seen the ocean.
The Los Angeles Times calls it a superb film. And now it's been nominated for 2 Golden Globe Awards. Rex Reed says it's definitely one of the year's best pictures.
I love you.
The Cider House Rules, rated PG-13. Now in select cities everywhere Christmas Day.
ESPN Classic presents a special New Year's Day showing of ESPN Sports Century's 50 greatest athletes. If you missed any of the 50 greatest athlete profiles, here's your chance to see the countdown presented in its entirety. An all-day, round-the-clock marathon that no sports fan should miss. Watch ESPN Sports Century's 50 Greatest Athletes Marathon beginning at 7 a.m. New Year's Day, only on ESPN Classic.
This January, the main event is on ABC.
I'm the greatest. I am king of the world.
Muhammad Ali, King of the World, ABC Monday, January 10th.
Times Square, 20 minutes to 9 on New Year's Eve, Eastern Time. You almost get the feeling they know what's been going on in Paris and in London, and they are waiting to compete. But we've been talking about Florida, and the names Iglesias and Florida certainly go together. Enrique Iglesias is here in New York for the great Millennium Celebration. He's at Madison Square Garden, and he joins us now to sing his performance, Bailamos. Enrique Iglesias. Enrique Iglesias singing at Madison Square Garden. We are very conscious of the fact that all sorts of people are working tonight all over the country, all over the world, doing the kind of jobs which do not enable them to get out and have a New Year's celebration like a lot of other people we have met today. And we've just placed a Millennium phone call to Vernon Lucas, who is a roustabout on the Borgny Dolphin oil rig out in the Gulf of Mexico off the coast of Louisiana. Vernon, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, I can.
How are you? First of all, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you also.
What have you been doing out there today?
Well, the weather's beautiful. We're backloading a boat, doing our normal thing that we do every day.
Has the day's been as busy as any other day?
Yes, sir, it has been.
Where do you actually come from?
Well, I live in Breaux Bridge, Louisiana. I was born in Beaumont, Texas.
And how far off the coast of Louisiana are you on this particular rig?
I would say we're about 80 miles out.
And how are you going to celebrate the rest of New Year's Eve?
Well, the way I'm going to celebrate it at 11:45 tonight, I will be going back to work.
Going back to work?
Yes, sir.
And have you got some thoughts about the next century? You got a New Year's wish, or do you like to send to the rest of the world?
Yes, I'd like to tell my wife, Mary Ann Ames Lucas, hello, and I just hope that the country's safer and we get along better and the world is beautiful as it has been to me.
Well, I'm glad. You say the weather's nice out there, not too rough in the rig this time of day.
No, it's not.
Well, we're very pleased to hear from you. We hope you have a great New Year. Hope you get home to see your wife before too long.
Okay, you have a good one, too.
Happy New Year. Vernon Lucas, who's on the Borgny Dolphin oil rig in the Gulf of Mexico, just off the coast of Louisiana. And now, well, perhaps on behalf of Vernon Jordan and all the other people who are working today, let's go down to the studio underneath here, right on the edge of Times Square, for Jared Chocolate Crawford, Larry Wright, and the cast of Keep Banging, as they send us on our way with Clap Your Hands.
It's 1999, we're leaving it behind. Next stop, Keep Banging Avenue.
GMC Convoy 2000 is here. Trucks with capabilities that will change the way you look at the road. Professional-grade pickups, SUVs, and family vans, designed better than they need to be, like the 2000 GMC Sierra Extended Cab, with the most powerful standard V8 in its class.
Get up to $1,587 average finance savings with 3.9% APR on select 2000 Sierra models.
GMC. Do one thing, do it well.
Thank you. No, please. Let me. There you go. You're certainly on your way, son.
We have activity.
verify account status.
His last payment was a half day late.
Raise his rate.
Initiating interest rate increase, sir.
If you're late with a payment, some credit cards are happy to automatically raise your interest rates. But at Discover Card? No, we don't do that. Remember, there's always something more to discover.
I need love, love to ease my mind. I need to find someone to call mine. Mama said, you gotta hurry, love.
Now there's a whole new way to snack and kick back. Introducing single-serving Tostitos snack kits. Just be sure you pick the right time to eat them. Dig in, kick back, Tostitos.
Arizona Angels coming to bat in the first.
Next Wednesday, she was celebrated by millions around the world. This beauty queen hid a secret almost too painful to talk about, but she did.
One point, I thought I'm gonna die. I just didn't want to suffer.
Her courageous story that transfixed the world with her beauty and her strength on 2020 next Wednesday.
At McDonald's, we put extra zest into seasoning our biggest, beefiest burger. We go the extra mile with thick sliced tomato and fresh whole leaf lettuce. We even think big about exactly where to put the ketchup and mayo. Why? Because you have big expectations that can only be satisfied by a Big Extra. The extraordinarily big taste of the Big Extra. And now you can get a Big Extra in an extra value meal with America's favorite fries and an ice cold Coke for just $2.99. Where? Did somebody say McDonald's?
Happy holidays from WAOW TV9 and these area businesses. People's Choice Credit Union of Medford, wishing you a safe and happy holiday season and best wishes in the new year. Cooper Motors of Stevens Point, stop in during the holidays for their end-of-the-year celebration. And enjoy the holiday season with family and friends. We appreciate your business from the Board of Directors and staff of American Community Bank, Wausau and Mosinee.
Welcome back. Take a look at London and take a look at Paris. You may find it rather strange that Barbara and Charlie are sitting in their respective locations. Though, Charlie, you look a little too comfortable moment shuffling cards. Well, I shall do the same thing because one of our ideas for this great magical day in the century and at the beginning of the new century was to invite one of the great magicians, illusionists, entertainers of the day, David Blaine, to come and visit us. Happy New Year. Welcome. I don't know why you've got us doing all this, so why don't you proceed?
Well, this is an idea that I had. Actually, if anybody has cards near them, you can all try this as well. But what I want you to do is you shuffled the deck. Here's what I want you to do. Try to deal 2 piles of cards, but not yet. You're going to deal 2 equal piles, and I'm not looking. If you give yourself 5 cards, you give me 5 cards. Do 2 piles face down, and you can do anywhere between 1 card to 10 cards in each pile. So do 2 piles one at a time, face down, and you can do anywhere, you know, and I'm not going to look, but do anywhere from 1 card to 10 cards in each pile, but make sure they're identical. So if you give me 3 cards, you give yourself 3 cards.
You're talking like we've been up for a long time, David.
Great. So you have, what you're going to do is when you're done, you know, I'll give you a minute to do this. So you have 2 face down piles that are both equal in size.
You ready, Barbara?
You guys both have it?
Ready, Charlie?
Yeah. Good. Now,
I've got 2 piles of equal numbers.
Pick up the pile and look at the bottom card, and you can show everybody the card that's your card. So pick up the pile and look at the bottom card.
Any pile?
Yeah, either pile.
Okay.
Good. Look at that card. Remember it. Great. And now put that pile, the one with your card on bottom, put it on top of the big deck that you dealt from. So the pile with your card on bottom, put it on top of the big deck. Great.
Done.
Now here's what I want you to do. I'm going to listen to the way you deal, and I'm going to determine exactly where your card is. So every time I say deal 1 card face down on top of the next into a brand new pile.
From the big
Every
pile.
time I say deal from the big pile right into a brand new pile. So ready? Hold the big deck that you're dealing from. Great. And every time I say deal 1 card face down, 1 on top of the next. Ready? Deal. Deal. 2 cards. You should both have dealt 2 cards. Great. Deal again. 3. Deal. 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 Stop. Great. You guys both did it. Barbara, I think you're a little bit off, but we'll go with these 2 for a second. Pick up the entire pile that you dealt down, the entire pile that you just dealt down, and put it back on top of the big deck. On top of the big deck that you dealt from. Great. So now you should have the entire deck in your hand, correct?
Right.
You have all the cards in your hand?
Oh, all the
You know what? Actually, there's another pile out. We forgot that. You know, we pick up that pile that we left out, that other pile.
And put it on top of the...
And put it on top of everything, face down. Yeah,
Right.
put it right on top of everything. Great. Now, here's what I want you to do. I don't know where the card is. We're all messed up here, obviously. Do this for me. Spell out loud. Spell out loud Happy New Year, but deal one card per each letter out loud. So spell out loud Happy New Year and deal one card face down per letter. H, A, P,
A,
Y,
P,
N,
P,
E,
Y,
W,
E,
Y,
Y,
A, R.
R. Turn over the R, Peter and Charlie.
Good Lord. They're grown people, too. Eh? Charlie, is that the card you chose originally?
I would love to say no, but of course it is.
Was that?
Yeah, it's the 7 of diamonds is my card, too.
Was that right?
Now, you're going to spend the next 6 or 7 hours telling us how you did this?
Well, no, look, here's what did you...
Barbara, how did you do?
Well, you know, I guess I'm just not a card shark. I don't know, but mine didn't.
Look,
I'm
here
sorry.
was the
I don't
idea
have
is
the
like
right
this.
cards.
Look, let me come right here so you can see. Here. Look,
we're going to hang with this for just a second.
Here's the idea. Peter, out of all these cards, so you guys can see, just take one card out and let everybody see it.
Okay.
Let everybody see it. Great. Y'all got it? You can put it back where you got it. Now, the first part is simple.
Makes me nervous that ABC produces its own cards.
Look, well, hold your hand
okay.
out. The first part is I make the card jump up. Can you all see that? You see the 8 of clubs? Look, watch this here. Put your other hand on top of it, like a sandwich. Great. And let's also use this card, the 2 of hearts. Can you see the 2?
Mm-hmm.
Here's what I do. If I take the 2 and just place it, see, I actually got the 8 of clubs out of your hand. Look in your hand and show them.
I'm afraid to look. The 2 of hearts. This is quite extraordinary. You going to stick around for the rest of the evening?
Yeah, we'll be here.
That's fantastic. There, Blaine. Very nice to have you. We were doing pretty well up tonight. I think you've totally thrown us off our game. David Blaine, one of the world's great magicians and entertainers, and what a nice way to say goodnight to Barbara and goodnight to Charlie. Thank you both for such a wonderful day. No, Charlie, put it in your pocket and go have a drink. Thank you, Barbara, very much. It was a wonderful job. When we come back... Sorry, Barbara.
I was just going to say what this means, Peter, is that you can play poker with me anytime and you know you'll
yes,
win.
I'd already thought of that, actually. Thank you both very much for a wonderful day. When we come back, we're going to go to Brazil.
Tacoma 4x4. There's no bigger rush.
Hey, Annie Matthews. What's on your plate today?
Today's going to be great, but really busy. 10, maybe 15 cuts.
Lunch is here, Annie.
I'll probably grab a quick bite when I can.
Annie, your 2 o'clock's here.
And maybe get heartburn. I used to think Tums if I'd already eaten. Not anymore.
Now you can take Pepsid AC whenever you need it. Pepsid AC controls heartburn before, during, or even after you eat.
Of course I can take you.
No matter what's on your plate, today should be heartburn-free with Pepsid AC.
What do you have, folks? A large pepperoni pizza.
The Pepsi, please.
Sure thing, Curly.
Thank you.
We both know I ordered a Pepsi Cola, and now you've insulted me by offering me this. I'd like to give you a chance to make amends. Capiche? Here you go.
Good eye.
To capture your New Year's kiss. Save up to $12 now on select Polaroid cameras and film. Save now before December 31st.
How do you measure success?
Presenting iChoice from Morgan Stanley Dean Witter, a dynamic new financial program that lets you achieve your success your way. How do you measure success? At Morgan Stanley Dean Witter, we measure success one investor at a time.
Faster, more reliable, higher quality, more profitable. Nortel Networks is building the new high-performance internet, and it can be whatever you want it to be. So tell us, what do you want the internet to be?
Come together right now over me.
Sunday, January 9th. It's the first new practice of a new millennium. I think something is going on. A controversial client fires up a lawyer's passion in more ways than one.
1.6 times a week. Last year, it was 3.9. I need more sex.
An all-new practice returns ABC Sunday, January 9th.
You do the math?
Well, it's only about 3 minutes before midnight in Brazil, and so we want to go just about as quickly as we can to Copacabana in Rio de Janeiro, where ABC's Bill Rediker is standing by. Bill, the last time we talked to you, the beach was empty. It was a sunny day. Now what has happened?
Well, it's obviously nightfall. The government says there's up to 3 million people here, which is not inconceivable when you consider the length and breadth of this beach, plus Ipanema, plus Labuan Beach. You can hear the crowd is starting to go a little bit crazy as we approach the new millennium. So expect a lot of fireworks in just a moment, Peter.
Bill, we remind people what we told them earlier. We're looking at our little crowd in the largest country in South America with a population of 168 million people. As you've talked to people there today, what are their hopes for the next century?
We just got out in the crowd and talked to a number of people, and they almost all agree that they have to reduce the urban violence here, which is at extreme levels. They have to get the economic engine grinding, and they have to do something about this tremendous destruction to the rainforest. But the #1 concern is crime.
I'm told also, we're talking, of course, one of the most important Christian countries in the world, and is it true that we're going to see kites flown at midnight by children with messages of hope for the new millennium?
You'll see that, and you'll also see this crowd, most of them dressed in white as a sign of purity, offering flowers to the mythical sea goddess of Yemanja. Now, that's inherited from the African slaves who were brought over in the 17th century. But still, even in this Catholic country, they still believe in these myths. And if you send your offerings out to sea and they continue on their way out, your prayers are answered. If they come back, well, there's always 2001.
Let's listen for just a second.
Happy New Year. The fireworks have started. It's officially the third or new millennium here in Brazil. And if you think this could be the Latin century, you're absolutely right. The economy is booming. People are very optimistic, and you probably can't even hear me.
Oh, yes, I can, Bill. Thanks very much. Let's just watch and listen to their countdown. Janeiro as it enters the 21st century, a country with more Catholics than any other country in the world. And while this millennium celebration may be tinged with Catholicism in some way, there are not many places in the world where they know how to party any better. We'll gather some string as we go along. We'll continue to record the celebration in Rio de Janeiro, and we'll give it to you in a highlight reel. Several people have asked today whether or not they're going to get the tape of this. I have no doubt, without asking anybody, that someone in this company is going to make a tape of the great moments of this particular New Year's Eve in every corner of the world that we have visited. We'll tell you about that a little later on. We'll go back and visit Brazil a little later on. When we come back, we'll go to New Orleans, and we'll go back to Las Vegas. Stay with us for ABC 2000.
Stay with us as we count down to midnight in Times Square. Still ahead, Dick Clark live from the center of it all. Plus, the piano man himself, Dewey Joel, performs live from Madison Square Garden. And the latest on Y2K. ABC 2000, 24 incredible hours continues.
Holiday bowl games. You could spend the next week watching classics like this.
Come on, Devil Knight!
Or you could come to the Gotta Get a Kia year-end sales event and get a 2000 Sophia starting at $92.45 after $750 cash back. So, it's up to you. Either get $750 cash back during the Gotta Get a Kia year-end sales event, or enjoy the game.
Come on, Devil Knight! Let's go! Yeah!
Highlights on Sports Update.
You must go to a distant land and seek a sign. Let it guide you, and you will be a true man.
Discover Card is accepted at 1,000 new locations a day, making it a lot easier to buy the stuff you want.
You are now a man.
More locations. There's always something more to discover.
Who says you have to use a cream to treat a yeast infection? Kiss your creams goodbye.
And say hello to oral diflucan fluconazole, the only oral tablet for yeast infections you can take anytime, anywhere, because it's as effective as the leading 7-day topicals without the inconvenience. So the next time you get a yeast infection, say, goodbye, mess, goodbye, applicators, goodbye, nighttime treatments, and say hello to something completely different, oral diflucan. With diflucan, there's an increased possibility of side effects compared with creams, including headache, nausea, and abdominal pain. In rare instances, serious effects on the liver and serious allergic reactions were reported. Do not use diflucan if you're nursing. If you're pregnant or taking other medications, talk to your doctor. To prevent heart-related complications, do not take diflucan if you're taking Propulsive. For more information, ask your doctor or call us.
Oral diflucan. Kiss your creams goodbye.
Norm Macdonald hosts the American Music Awards with live performances by Jennifer Lopez, NSYNC, Britney Spears, and Savage Garden. The American Music Awards Monday, January 17th on ABC. They were two of television's best friends, and after nearly 20 years,
Mary, Rhoda,
they're back together again.
what were we thinking? I don't know.
Mary Tyler Moore and Valerie Harper.
You look great.
An ABC original movie.
To new beginning.
Mary and Rhoda, coming in February.
Happy holidays from WAOW TV9 and these area businesses. The Rib Mountain Ski Area is now open every day with $10 lift tickets Monday through Saturday from 5 to 10 p.m. Dwellers Snow and Skate Shop, the area's premier snowboard and skateboard shop on Scott Street, downtown Wausau. The Wausau Daily Herald. Read about the 10 critical issues facing our community. On sale December 22nd through December 31st. And Griesbach Auto Service. Schofield, thanking all their customers and looking forward to serving you in the new millennium.
Are you suffering from the winter doldrums? We found a simple way to treat them. Join us for Ministry Healthcare's Health Connection this week on Newsline 9.
Girls at 3 o'clock.
What is he looking at?
Oh, it's so obvious. Captain Obvious has scored again. Open your window. Say something.
Oh, he's really gonna down.
Hi. Hi.
Hey, guys.
Hi.
From around the world, a celebration of the millennium. This is ABC 2000. With Peter Jennings at ABC 2000 headquarters in Times Square, Barbara Walters in Paris, Diane Sawyer in New York, Charles Gibson in London, Cokie Roberts in Rome, Elizabeth Vargas in Sydney, Connie Chung in Las Vegas, Deborah Roberts in Orlando, Jack Ford in Times Square, Carol Simpson in Chicago, and Sam Donaldson at the Y2K Command Center in Washington. With our correspondents spanning the globe in Shanghai, Bombay, Bethlehem, Moscow, Havana, Rio de Janeiro, and across the U.S., reports from Miami, New Orleans, Tucson, Los Angeles, San Francisco. And in New York, Dick Clark counting down to the new year in Times Square. Special Millennium performances by Billy Joel, Elton John, Enrique Iglesias, Faith Hill, NSYNC, Fish, The Bee Gees, Aerosmith, Blondie, Bonnie Raitt, Neil Diamond, Harry Connick Jr., Kenny G, Ray Charles, The Eagles, Barry Manilow, David Blaine, and Barbra Streisand. Now, from ABC 2000 headquarters at Times Square in New York, Peter Jennings.
What a feast this has been today for the mind and for the eye. You're looking at Easter Island, the world's most remote inhabited island, small and volcanic. And just listen to the sweetness of this celebration for a moment. It was the Dutch mariner Jacob Roggeveen who first found it, the first European to sight the island. He called it Easter Island to mark the date of his discovery. We try to celebrate the millennium everywhere. Everywhere within reason. Let's go to Washington, D.C. and take one quick look at one of the really, truly beautiful sights at night in America these days. They're working on the Washington Monument, as you know, but when they decided to cover it up, to do the work underneath, they did an absolutely gorgeous job. And there are the people gathering for the celebration on the Mall. The president will be there a little later on with Mrs. Clinton as well. They're celebrating in the White House, and we'll go back to the Mall a little later in the evening. But rarely at night did the Washington Monument ever look as beautiful as this. And now we take you to, well, it was the nation's 5th largest city at the time of the Civil War. We go back to New Orleans, founded in 1718, and Steve Osunsami on Bourbon Street. Hey, Steve.
There are at least 100,000 people jamming the narrow streets of the French Quarter. They say there's one thing that's particular about New Orleans, and that is people here are always ready for a party. As you can see, these are very popular. Today, the city of New Orleans held a jazz funeral for the millennium, something that they normally do for dignitaries. They started off the procession with a very somber note, and usually the procession changes into a very upbeat note afterwards, after they actually move the casket into the cemetery, but this time they just couldn't wait that long. This is a town where when they hold these funerals, sometimes they take the casket into the favorite watering holes of people so that the bartenders can pour drinks on them and serve them their last drink.
Steve, let's listen to the funeral for just a second, and we'll get that crowd out behind you. Mass for the Millennium.
That's what the Big Easy is all about, people having a good time.
Steve Osunsami in New Orleans, I must say to the New Orleans crowd, thank you, Steve, very much. To New Orleans goes the dubious credit today, at least from my point of view, at least in my ear, of having the loudest crowd anywhere. Because I couldn't hear Steve Osunsami very well, but wasn't it to have a look at the Mass for the Millennium in itself was worth it. We want to go back to Las Vegas now, and ABC's Connie Chung.
Thank you, Peter. You should be looking at an outside view of the Bellagio Hotel, which is at the tip of the Strip. We are inside the Grand Ballroom, which is empty right now, but will be filled with 2,000 of owner Steve Wynn's closest and personal friends. They are the High Rollers, and the entertainment will be by the one and only. This man is a musician, a singer, an entertainer, an actor.
And from New Orleans.
He is the heartthrob, yes, and from New Orleans, the heartthrob crooner who brought back the big band era. Harry Connick Jr., thank you for being with us.
Thank you, Connie, and thank you, Peter. And did I understand that you said we had the loudest crowd in New Orleans? I can't believe that. Not New Orleans. Partying down there?
That's right. They were sending off the last century and millennium with a funeral.
With a jazz funeral. That's the only place in the world you'll see that.
Now, you have always been compared to Sinatra over the years, you know.
I'm sorry, who is that?
Right. I get it. But the reality is, when he was here, when he was the king of Las Vegas, he was a boozer, and he was a womanizer, and he was, you know, doing all that. I mean, the worst...
I'm continuing the tradition.
You are not.
I'm boozing, I'm
no,
womanizing.
You're not. No, you're about
it's fantastic.
No, you haven't even rebelled. You forgot to rebel as a teenager. What happened to you?
I try to rebel with these guys and with the music, you know, so we're having fun.
All right. One thing I want to show everyone is your computer,
yes.
right?
We don't
have sheet music.
No, we don't use the traditional sheet music like most big bands do. What I do is write the charts, and I put them into the computer, and if you can see here, the notes are on the computer, so
Terrific.
It's a lot easier.
All right. What are you singing tonight for us?
Cry Me a River.
Go to it.
Go ahead, Lucian.
Now you say you're lonely. You cry the whole night through. Well, you can cry me a river. Cry me a river. I cried a river over you. Now you say you're sorry for being so untrue. Well, baby, you can cry me a river. Cry me a river. I cried a river over you. You drove me, nearly drove me out of my head. You never shed a tear. Remember, 'cause I remember all that you said. You told me love was too plebeian. You told me you were through with me. And now you say you love me. Well, just to prove you do, sugar, come on and cry me a river. You can cry me a river. I cried a river over you. Yes, Lucian Barberin from New Orleans. And Leroy Jones from New Orleans. Remember, I remember all that you said. You told me love was too plebeian. Told me you were through with me.
so much. Harry Connick Jr. Peter,
Thanks very much, Connie, and thank you, Harry, very much for doing this before your show. That's the reason the room was empty, because he's going to do a show at midnight later this evening. We're going to take a Millennium phone call now from Steve Case, the chairman of America Online. Can you hear us, sir?
Yes, I can. Hi, Peter.
How are you, Steve? Nice to hear from you. I think I've now just seen everything. I've seen a big band in Las Vegas tonight. They haven't got music stands with sheets on them anymore. They've got computers.
There you go.
Where on earth is this all going?
Well, I think we're on the verge of what probably will be known as the Internet century, because even though this has been an amazing century with the telephone and the cars and the television and the computer, I think now the Internet's really changing people's lives and how they get information, how they communicate, how they buy products. Even for me, I've been doing this now for 15 years. It's really startling to see how quickly this is taking hold and being part of everyday life.
I must confess that even though I've been on television for the last 60 hours, I've got a computer right beside me and I've been getting email from people all around the world. Have you had particularly heavy Internet traffic today?
I think it's a pretty heavy day, and I expect it to be heavier still as we move through the evening. So far, everything, certainly at AOL, I think based on what I've heard, everything on the Internet's handling the demand pretty well. There are a lot of people who turn to television. There are also a lot of people who turn to the Internet. Some turn to both. It's sort of a way to not just watch what's happening, but to converse with others around the world and really be part of the conversation. There's almost an electronic community that forms around these major events. It's really quite striking to watch.
I realize, of course, this is a night for celebration, but you're one of the people who worries about where technology may be taking us in the next century. Any particular concerns we need to be aware of now?
Well, I think we're at a very interesting, maybe even magical point in history, because the Internet's now big enough to matter. People are paying attention to it, but still young enough and small enough to be shaped. Still today, less than half of the households in the United States are connected to the Internet. In other countries around the world, the number is even smaller. So it's still a young medium. It's kind of like television was 50 years ago. So I think there's an opportunity to shape this in a positive way, make sure we build a medium we can be proud of, that protects privacy, that makes sure it's safe for kids, that it really does the right thing in terms of bridging the digital divides. Nobody's left behind as we move to this connected society. So there are lots of things that need attention. I'm an optimist on this. I think we can strike the right balance and build a medium we can be proud of, but it's going to take proactive action.
Well, thanks very much. We hope you have a very happy New Year. I think you're home with your family in Virginia.
That's exactly right.
And thank you very much for joining us. We wish you and yours a very happy New Year. Take a look out here at Times Square, because talk about a lot of people who are feeling connected to the world. Roger Goodman, who's our director, tells me there is, oh my God, I feel like Howard Cosell, or one of the guys on Monday Night Football. I don't know where they are. Where are they, Roger? Happy New Year to you, too. I don't think that's ever happened to a newsman before. At any rate, thank you very much, and Happy New Year to you all. Oh, my goodness me. Our Millennium coverage will continue in just a moment.
You are in the fight of your life. Just you against your smoking addiction, one-on-one. Trouble is, it's not a fair fight, and few people win it. But you can give yourself a fighting chance to win with Zyban. Zyban doesn't work for everyone. Zyban is part of a comprehensive program from your doctor to help you stop smoking. It's different from nicotine replacements. Zyban is the only prescription medicine that's nicotine-free, so you don't have to stop smoking all at once. As Zyban reduces your cravings, you feel like smoking less and less until you're ready to stop completely, because you're ready to win. You should know there is a risk of seizure associated with Zyban. To reduce the risk, don't take Zyban if you have or have had a seizure or eating disorder, or if you take Wellbutrin. Don't take Zyban if you use an MAO inhibitor. Side effects may include dry mouth and difficulty sleeping. Ask your doctor if Zyban is right for you, because it can help you quit smoking by making it a fight you can win. Zyban, you don't have to quit all at once.
See the USA in your Chevrolet.
Liberty, freedom, opportunity. Westward, upward, ingenuity.
See the USA
Songs, dances, second
in
chances.
your Chevrolet.
Unbelievable romance.
See the USA
Changing faces, going
in
places.
your Chevrolet.
Wherever America's going, we'll be there.
He had power that could not be matched. Courage that could not be shaken.
I will not wear the clothes of
of a guilty man.
And a spirit
We gotta take it to the federal court.
Judge is gonna throw it out.
that could not be broken.
Then we transcend the law. We get back to humanity.
Golden Globe Award nominee, Best Picture, Best Director, and Best Actor, Denzel Washington. The Hurricane. Rated R. Now in select theaters. Check local listings.
America Online introduces new version 5.0.
The easiest just got easier. You've got mail, you've got pictures.
Instant messages. Customer service is always there to help.
If I knew it was this easy, I would have started a long time ago.
America Online. So easy to use, no wonder it's #1.
Cellular One, clear across America.
Hey, Jeff. Now listen, I got it right here, buddy. It's icy cold and tasting great. Now come on, Jeff, you tell me, is there anybody in this world who deserves this here Pepsi more than you?
Hi, Jeff.
See you later, Jeff.
Now that's what I call motivation.
I don't know where she came from.
Don't worry, Jeff. There's always Daytona.
We know how hard it was to get here. There is no reason to stop. The countdown begins. It's our time. Let's go. Let's get this party started.
One Puerto Rico. The NFL playoffs. One Puerto Rico. The NFL playoffs.
From around the world, this is ABC 2000. Once again from Times Square in New York, Peter Jennings.
Everywhere we've been today, but particularly in the Pacific, we can't help but notice that people have celebrated their indigenous people. You recall very early in the day the power of celebration with the Maori people in New Zealand and the Aboriginal people in Australia. It is certainly true here in the United States tonight. We're now going to take you to Tucson, Arizona, where ABC's Barry Serafin is attending. Listen to this. The New Millennium First Peoples World Fair and Powwow, or, Barry, I gather, Thunder in the Desert.
That's right, Peter, and there's some thunder going on right now, as you can hear, some drumming. It's been going on through the day. We are indeed celebrating this New Year's with Americans whose ancestors were here for the last millennium, and for thousands of years before that, Native Americans. This powwow is a social and a spiritual event. There are representatives of more than 100 tribes from around the country, as well as representatives of native peoples from some other countries. We have Bolivians who are arriving. We had Aztec dancers this afternoon. And so it's really quite an event in a 9-acre park here in Tucson. I'd like to, Peter, if I can, ask a couple of questions of two special people who are here. One is Floyd Red Crow Westerman. He's a musician and an actor, and you probably remember him from Dancing with Wolves, among other things. What does this event mean to you?
Barry, we have many Indian nations represented tonight to be part of the grand total of the celebrations throughout the world on our new millennium. We're happy to show the many Indian nations, and also, as you see behind you, the many flags we are honoring in this circle, which means we are all part of the circle of life. We are still carrying on our traditions in spite of what has happened in the past, and it was a Holocaust that happened to us, and we still keep our ways, and we're still strong.
And this is Carol Garcia, who is one of the organizers of this event, and it really is meant to showcase that your culture and your traditions are still alive, isn't it? And it's also very much for the children.
That's right. We did this for our children so that we can inspire them as they can enter into the 21st century, that our culture is strong and it has persevered, and that it will continue into the next 21st century.
Thank you both very much. That's really what it's about, Peter. It's, and as some people have said to me, it's really a chance to say we're still here. We're survivors.
Barry, let me ask you a personal question, because you grew up in Oregon, on the Oregon coast, where there are a goodly number of Native American tribes. Repeat for our audience what you told me the other day about how much you'd seen the land change.
Well, I did see changes, Peter. One of my distinct memories as a youngster there was watching a group called the Celilo tribe up on the Columbia River spear salmon in a dramatic big waterfall. And then later on, a dam came in, one of the many dams on the Columbia River. The waterfalls disappeared, the salmon disappeared, the Celilo Indians disappeared. So there were a lot of changes visible just in my lifetime.
And remind me again just how many tribes there are in the United States, or at least how many the federal government recognizes?
The federal government nowadays, Peter, recognizes 557 tribes, and surprisingly, nearly half of them, 226 of them, are in Alaska. There are 2.3 million tribal members in the United States. That's just under 1% of the U.S. population.
And I wonder, as we go into the 21st century, listening to what Carol Garcia said about educating the Native American children, how hard it is in the face of everything that's available to them through technology to hang on to their family and tribal ways.
I've talked to people here about that, Peter, and they all say, yes, it is a problem. They have the same diversions that all young people do, computers, video games, music. On the other hand, I think there is a growing awareness now among young people, and there are more and more courses being offered to them in their culture, their language, their traditions. The proceeds from this event go to a scholarship program, part of which is to teach young Native Americans about their traditions and their culture.
And while, as you pointed out, they've been here for more than this or more than several millennia, how are they going to celebrate when it comes to being midnight in Tucson?
Well, it's going to look a little like what you're seeing now, Peter, only much bigger. Come midnight here, it's going to be a big traditional round dance. And that means everybody's invited in, Native and non-Native Americans. The general public is very much invited here. And you'll see everyone will form a big dance around this circle. And my guess is that it'll snake out all around the camp. There are some teepees set up, 9 acres worth, so it'll be a dance that will go right on into the early morning hours.
So well, we look forward to joining you when it happens. Barry Sarafon in Tucson, Arizona for Thunder in the Desert. And from Tucson, Arizona, try to cross the T's. We're going to go from Tucson to the Tropicana. We're going to go back for our second visit today to Havana in Cuba and Cynthia McFadden. Boy, does that look different behind you.
Buenas noches, Peter.
Buenas noches, señora.
It is different than when we were earlier in the day. Peter, I should point out that most Cubans will be home this evening. There are no big fireworks here, no displays, no public celebrations. This place, the Cubans who are here are either here working with us, they are here in the kitchen, or they will be on stage. The price for this evening at the Tropicana is expensive, $250. As you know, the average Cuban makes about $30 a month. And as a result, most Cubans will not be here tonight unless they are working.
Sad, I agree. You're standing in front of an awful lot of history at the Tropicana, are you not?
Yeah, and in fact, a lot of it relating to America. As you know, Peter, great American performers once performed here. This is not only the celebration of the year 2000 here at the Tropicana, but the 60-year anniversary of the Tropicana itself. Nat King Cole performed here, Carmen Miranda, the great Josephine Baker. This is a place steeped in history that it was shared with the United States. As you know, in the 40s, 30s, and 40s, this place rocked with America. There were gambling tables just behind where we're sitting here. This is Open Air, which is one of the first open-air theaters in the world to also have gambling and a floor show. There are 95 dancers in the show tonight. And Peter, you'll be interested to know that despite the fact it's illegal for Americans to come to Cuba and spend money, most of the people, there are 1,000 people who will be in this room, most of them Americans who we've talked to so far tonight.
Cynthia, earlier today you were talking to Ricardo Alarcón, the president of the National Assembly in Cuba, and I wonder what he would think of a celebration, who's a staunch Fidelista. I wonder what he would think of a celebration at the Tropicana tonight, other than for the revenue.
Well, I think that's exactly what he thinks. I asked him about it, in fact, Peter, and his eyes went wide open when I said to him that it was a $250 price tag, which he said he didn't know until I told him. You know, as you know from having spent a lot of time here, though much about life here is
I know, somebody's talking in your ear and driving you crazy, right?
Yeah, they are. Though much of life here is, thank you, is poetically beautiful, life here for the Cubans is difficult. One of ABC's key staffer here, Mariana, was not allowed, for example, to go into the hotel where we were going to change our clothes earlier in the day. I mean, there is much about life that's difficult here.
Well, we'll be back to you.
I hope you're going to come back to us at 10 o'clock.
We are, but more to the point, I hope you give my best wishes to Mariana, who's an extraordinary woman who works for ABC in Cuba, and who has a very, very strong connection to the revolution, in that her husband is the senior most Cuban general ever to be killed in Cuban service overseas. He was killed in Africa, where the Cubans were fighting on one side of a guerrilla war some years ago. Thank you. We'll go back to Cuba at midnight and join Cynthia again at the Tropicana. Now we're going to go just across the street here in Broadway to MTV, where well, MTV needs no explaining to anybody, except at the moment they're playing and enjoying the Goo Goo Dolls.
Nobody's gonna listen to the one smartphone. I know you better listen now.
Broadway's not too dark right now. Of course, I have the Goo Goo Dolls in their home state. Bobby's got his shoes off. Thank you, guys. That was awesome.
ABC 2000.
Thank you.
We'll be back in a moment.
We need a car?
A minivan.
No.
An SUV.
With leather.
Blue.
Green.
Bluish green?
Introducing Autotrader.com. Over 1 million used cars updated daily make it the biggest, best used car site on the planet.
Now we need insurance.
And a loan.
Autotrader.com. Your car is waiting.
You are a skilled and gifted surgeon.
He left behind the only family he's ever known.
Bye, Homer.
To find his own place.
I've never actually seen the ocean.
In a world he's never known. The Los Angeles Times calls it a superb film. Beautifully acted. Rates the New York Times 4 stars. And Rex Reed says it's definitely one of the year's best pictures.
I love you.
The Cider House Rules. Rated PG-13. Now playing at theaters everywhere.
I need love, love to ease my mind. I need to find someone to call mine. Mama said you gotta love.
Now there's a whole new way to snack and kick back. Introducing single-serving Tostitos snack kits. Just be sure you pick the right time to eat them. Dig in, kick back, Tostitos.
Arizona Angels coming to bat in the first.
Every year I say, I'm going to quit smoking. Day later, I'm at it again. Till this year. See this? My last piece of Nicorette gum. Been smoke-free with Nicorette now for 12 weeks. With Nicorette, I help control my cravings 2 ways. I used it on a regular schedule to help curb them, and then for unexpected cravings, I took another piece. And now, no more craving, no more nicotine. Happy New Year.
For a better quit date, you'll have to wait another 1,000 years. You can do it. Nicorette can help.
ABC is television's best, with more Golden Globe nominations than any other broadcast network. Congratulations, The Practice, Once and Again, Spin City, Sports Night, and Dharma and Greg.
They liked my work.
For receiving more nominations than any other broadcast network. Thanks for making ABC television's best.
Happy holidays from TV9 and these area businesses. The Wausau Daily Herald. Reserve your copy of our special Millennium commemorative editions today. Call 842-2106. Marathon Travel and Cruise Shops, providing world-class service for the Millennium from 7 central Wisconsin locations and the worldwide on the web. The Bath and Gift House and Coffee Corner, now located 2 blocks south of Walmart, Rib Mountain. And Lading and Waiting Maternity Apparel. where changing your life doesn't have to change your style. Cedar Creek, Rothschild.
Happy holidays from WAOW TV9 and these area businesses. People's Choice Credit Union of Medford, wishing you a safe and happy holiday season and best wishes in the new year. Cooper Motors of Stevens Point, stop in during the holidays for their end-of-the-year celebration. And enjoy the holiday season with family and friends. We appreciate your business from the Board of Directors and staff of American Community Bank, Wausau and Mosinee.
From around the world, this is ABC 2000. Once again from Times Square in New York, Peter Jennings.
Well, we've been taking the measure of all time and the measure of the world today, asking our questions whether the 21st century will be a global century, an American one, but it has been very much of a global event today. And we know and are grateful to those of you who've dropped in or stayed with us in some cases for many hours at a time. But just in case you haven't, let's go once again to ABC's Bob Brown, who brings us the highlights from all across the globe so far.
For a change, however fearsome or dangerous or inhospitable we seem to make the world, millions of people in every time zone concentrated today on breathtaking accomplishments, past, present, and future. Witness the Eiffel Tower, planned to celebrate the French Revolution, built as a symbol of the industrial age, now dressed in 20,000 lights, looking as if it sprouted wings. Or the Parthenon of Athens, bathed in light, having been raised before what we count as the first millennium, and damaged and sacked and restored through centuries of conflict. There were extraordinary moments whose origins were extraordinary cruelty. South Africa's Nelson Mandela, passing a flame of reconciliation in ceremonies on Robben Island, where he had spent 18 of his 26 years in prison before becoming president of South Africa. Berlin's Brandenburg Gate, access denied by the Berlin Wall between 1961 and 1989, was lit by a huge laser show tonight. Bethlehem, the city where Jesus was born, drew fewer tourists than expected because of fears of terrorism, and had a magnificent show before a crowd that was overwhelmingly Palestinian.
Inizia in questo momento.
I wish a happy new year to everyone in the light which shines out of Bethlehem, said Pope John Paul II, who spoke from his apartment window above St. Peter's Square. The Pope has called Y2K the Great Jubilee. And so far, although it is too early to tell, Y2K has not been the great disaster many feared would happen to governments and businesses now dependent on computer technology. There are still many turns to come before the celebrations are over, but for sheer technological size and nerve, London's billion-dollar Millennium Dome takes the prize, although the Royal Mail did fail to deliver 2,000 invitations to its opening. For those who didn't make it, as there have been for centuries, there were plenty of other sites along the Thames.
Now, we've been making connections today in the right way. Thanks very much, Bob Brown. We're going to go back across to the other side of Broadway and 7th Avenue now, because the connection here is, here's a young woman who grew up listening to the music of Rodgers and Hammerstein, which really means the music of the 1940s and the 1950s. And over there at MTV today, she was singing, without a doubt, the music of the moment. From MTV Studios earlier today, Christina Aguilera.
Baby, honey. I'm a genie in a bottle, baby. Come, come, come on, let's stop. Music banging and the lights down low. One more dance and then we're good to go. Waiting for someone. Almost racing at the speed of light, but that don't mean it's gotta be tonight. Yeah, baby, 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 baby. Oh, yeah, yeah. Oh, no, no. My body's saying, let's go. Oh, but my heart's saying, no. If you wanna be with me, baby, there's no price to pay. I'm a genie in a bottle. You better love me the right way. If you wanna be with me, I can make your wish come true. Just let me free, baby, and I'll be with you. I'm a genie in a bottle, baby. Come on.
Thanks to our neighbors over there at MTV, Christina Aguilera. And now let's go on to Washington, because so many Americans have decided that this was going to be a day to make a particularly spiritual connection. And this is what's happening at the moment inside the National Cathedral. The Cathedral Choir of men, boys, and girls in the National Cathedral, the foundation stone of which was laid in 1907 by Theodore Roosevelt, who declared at the time, "Godspeed, the work begun this day." Beginning of the century, end of the century. Our coverage will continue in just a moment.
Your mother and I want you to have this credit card.
You know, for emergencies.
Thanks.
Emergencies.
There's
There's an easier way to teach your kids about credit. Call for your free copy of How Credit Cards Work. See, there's always something more to discover.
I'm too sexy. I'm too sexy. I'm too sexy for the drive-thru. And I'm too sexy for my car seat. Too sexy for the groceries. Too sexy for the dry cleaning. Introducing the newly updated Camry. So stylish it could go to your head. I'm too sexy for the slow lane. Too sexy for the neighbors. Too sexy for the car wash. Too sexy.
My dad's had this store since I was a kid. Dad's motto was, the customer is always right. Never say no, if you can help it. The problem was, pack smokes. Kids would try to buy cigarettes. You got an ID for those smokes?
Come on.
It's illegal for me to sell them to anyone under 18. I have heard the lamest excuses.
Her dog ate my ID.
You did?
We need them for school science project.
They're not for us. They're for my mom outside. Mom, I look young for my age.
But that all changed a few years ago when this We Card program started. Now there's no argument. I just point to the sign.
We're committed to keeping cigarettes out of kids' hands. That's why Philip Morris is a major sponsor of the We Card program. It has educated hundreds of thousands of retailers on how to recognize fake IDs and uphold the law. And it lets kids know exactly where we and retailers across the country stand.
I'm not alone when I say no, and that's a big help.
Working to make a difference. The people of Philip Morris.
Tuesday, January 11th at 10/9 Central.
Remember me?
Blue is back. The season premiere of NYPD Blue, Tuesday, January 11th on ABC.
Celebrate ABC's Super January with the BCS. Wisconsin meets Stanford in the Rose Bowl, presented by AT&T. Alabama faces Michigan in the FedEx Orange Bowl. Number 3 Nebraska battles number 5 Tennessee in the Tostitos Fiesta Bowl. And number 1 Florida State meets number 2 Virginia Tech for the national championship down in New Orleans in the Nokia Sugar Bowl.
Times Square, which has now put hats on everybody which glisten in the darkness. The countries they're celebrating during this particular hour are Argentina, Chile, French Guiana, Greenland, Suriname, and Uruguay. And now through this, there's been something going through Times Square at every minute for every hour since very early this morning. And one of the moments now are these tiny butterflies dancing through the air to emphasize people's interest around the world in the rainforest. We were in Brazil not too long ago talking to Bill Redeker and hearing the concern expressed among some, but some people would argue not enough Brazilians, about the future of the rainforest. And here in Times Square, they have kept up with every development of the century and of the future. And now let's go farther up the island of Manhattan to the world's largest cathedral, St. John the Divine.
And of course, our dear friend and tonight's master of ceremonies, Harry Smith. It wouldn't be New Year's Eve without Harry Smith at the cathedral.
They've been having a New World Millennium Concert for Peace up in St. John the Divine.
Company lead us
And you
out
can
with
see
a jubilation
here another example of thousands of people who have gathered together to have a spiritual moment at the end of this century and the beginning of the next.
As cathedral organist Dorothy Papadakis leads us from the organ. God, good night to you, and God bless you, and God bless us all in the new world, and may we have joy and peace and love. Amen. Amen.
St. John the Divine, the Cathedral of St. John the Divine in New York City, the world's largest cathedral. Not for the first time today do we hear Auld Lang Syne. Began in Scotland with Robert Burns and traveled around the world. And not for the last time we hear it tonight. When we come back, we'll go to Nashville, Tennessee, and listen to country.
This is ABC 2000, the celebration of the millennium. Brought to you by AccuView Contact Lenses, vision for the new millennium. And by Hewlett-Packard, a company of inventors in Silicon Valley.
It's the most remarkable garage in the world. The garage that invented an industry, that reinvented work with a few simple rules. Work quickly, no bureaucracy, just invent. For 6 decades, this garage has been the workshop of the world's inventors. It will be still, because the company that began in this garage will return to the rules of this garage. Watch.
Introducing the new AccuView 2 contact lens. So natural, it feels like you're wearing nothing at all. For a free trial pair, call us or visit your eye care professional. Announcing a new way to see, near and far. AccuView bifocal contact lens with pupil intelligent design. Call 1-800-531-2121 for a free trial pair or visit your eye care professional.
Holiday bowl games. You could spend the next week watching classics like this.
Come on, Devil Knight!
Or you could come to the Gotta Get a Kia year-end sales event and get a 2000 Sophia starting at $92.45 after $750 cash back. So, it's up to you. Either get $750 cash back during the Gotta Get a Kia year-end sales event or enjoy the game.
Come on, Devil Knight! Let's go! Yeah!
Highlights on Sports Update.
It's the dawn of a new millennium, and only one thing is certain. Monday nights belong to ABC. Network premieres of Hollywood's biggest blockbusters.
I can't lie!
And our outstanding originals. Mary Tyler Moore and Valerie Harper are back in Mary and Rhoda. From the producers of Annie, The Beach Boys, and American Family, Jennifer Love Hewitt stars in the Audrey Hepburn story.
He ain't got no business being in the ring with me. You all know.
And it all kicks off with the story behind this century's greatest athlete, Muhammad Ali.
I am the greatest.
Monday, January 10th on the premiere of the Monday Night Big Picture Show.
Happy holidays from TV9 and these area businesses. Fidelity National Bank of Medford and Appleton, wishing everyone a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. UPC Health Network. Now Walgreens Health Initiatives extends the best to you this holiday season and looking forward to serving you in 2000. And Happy Holidays from Cedar Creek Factory Stores, Mosinee. Happy holidays from TV9 and these businesses.
Rhinelander Mazda is kicking off the end of the year with great truck buys. Save with $1,500 rebates on new 2000 4x4 trucks, starting at only $16,895 after rebate. On new 2000 P3000 SE 4x4, loaded with equipment, and all remaining 99 trucks in stock are drastically reduced. Or ring in the new year with a new 2000 626LX, loaded with equipment for $16,895 after rebate. With 70 new refinements for 2000, make your purchase now on a new car or truck from Rhinelander Mazda, Highway 17 North, Rhinelander.
Now, we're going to go back to Nashville, Tennessee. She is from Mississippi. She's often referred to as one of the reigning goddesses of country music. I actually think she's waiting for our cue. Faith Hill.
All right. Nashville, say hello to everyone from around the world. Yeah. Hey, we're rocking here tonight in Nashville, Tennessee. An amazing audience here. We're so excited to be with you tonight. Yeah. Okay. Happy New Year, everybody. you Snow White, how does love get so off course? All I wanted was a white night with a good heart, soft touch, fast forward, let me off into the sunset. Baby, I'm forever yours. It's the way you love me. I feel like this. It's centrifugal emotion. It's perpetual bliss. It's that pivotal moment. It's unspeakable. This kiss. Unspeakable. This kiss. You can kiss me in the moonlight, on my rooftop under the sky. You can kiss me with the windows open while the rain comes flowing inside. Kiss me in sweet slow motion, let's let everything fly. You got me floating, you got me. Tell everybody, the way you know it. I'm feeling like this, centrifugal emotion. Perpetual bliss, that pivotal moment. Stop it all, this kiss. It's criminal, this kiss. Yeah, everybody, love me, baby. No way you love me, baby. No way you love me, darling. The way you love me. I'm feeling like this, centrifugal emotion. Perpetual bliss, that pivotal moment. Stop it all, this kiss. It's criminal, this
Faith Hill in Nashville, Tennessee. Take a look at Times Square, because when we come back, boy, do we have a combination. Kenny G and Rudolph Giuliani.
Adventure. It puts me at one with natural elements, liberating, allows me to clear my head. One of the few things I can do whereby I actually don't hear music in my head. Brings me closer to God, allows me to bask in the wonder of God. Being at the top of a mountain is one of the most incredibly beautiful experiences I've ever had.
This is my husband, Mark. We're going to have 3 beautiful children and live happily ever after in Paris. Someday. But for now, I'm on the pill. Orthotricycline. Taken correctly, it's over 99% effective, so we don't have to worry about getting pregnant just yet.
And orthotricycline actually helps my skin look better, too.
How many pills can you say that about? Just one. Orthotricycline.
It's clinically proven to help clear up moderate acne and helps my skin look better.
The pill does not protect against HIV or sexually transmitted diseases. Serious risks include blood clot, stroke, and heart attack. Cigarette smoking increases these risks, especially if you're a smoker over 35. Women who use the pill are urged not to smoke. Women who have blood clots, certain cancers, a history of heart attack or stroke, and those who could be pregnant should not use the pill. For more information, talk to your healthcare provider.
Look, if you want to take the pill, why not take the only one that helps your skin look better? Orthotricycline.
New TV? Yeah. Watch this.
RCA's experts understand you want the sharpest picture possible. So we developed the RCA digital monitor and receiver. The best picture today and unsurpassed high definition for tomorrow. RCA, changing entertainment again.
It's the start of a brand new century.
The next millennium will be spectacular.
Time for something different.
The Vatican says there's no such place as hell.
Well, that's a load off my mind.
And time for one series that's ahead of its time.
The future's just fine with me.
Golden Globe nominee Felicity Huffman in an all-new Sports Night, Tuesday, January 11th on ABC.
Well, I certainly, I sort of mispromised in this record. I promised you something we didn't quite have. Somewhere, the mayor is either somewhere in the building or, I hear from another source, can't get through the crowds in New York City, which doesn't surprise me. And so we're going to go across to the other side of Broadway and 7th Avenue and up to the top of halfway up the Marriott Hotel now. That is to my left, isn't it? Where is he? Where is Kenny G?
Hi, Peter.
There you are.
I hear you.
Happy New Year.
Same to you.
And I hear you've got a fabulous album to go with this song.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hey, you're doing a great job today. I've watched you all
Hey, listen,
day.
we're standing up. That's the main thing. It's awfully nice to have you. Happy New Year.
Same to you, Peter.
The first voice I spoke in the original phonograph. Mary had a little lamb, its fleece was white as snow, and everywhere that Mary went, the lamb was sure to go. The only thing we have to fear is fear itself. Gentlemen, it's smoking its flames now. All the humanity.
The city as Martians approach.
This country is at war. December 7th, 1941.
Japanese have attacked Pearl Harbor.
A date which will live in infamy.
This is Bob, Command Performance
I consider myself the luckiest man on the face of the earth.
The world will note that the first atomic bomb was dropped on Hiroshima.
Who is on first?
Now, what are you asking me for?
Jackie Robinson goes to bat for the first time.
Are you a member of the Communist Party?
Oh, happy.
Or have you ever been a member of the Communist Party?
Baby, you're the greatest.
Applause for Sun recording artist Elvis Presley. The star of our show, Dick Clark.
Ask not what your country can do for you. Ask what you can do for your country.
Godspeed, John Glenn.
President Kennedy died.
I have a dream. My 4 little children one day live in a nation where they will not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character.
And I say segregation now.
We have foremost in common is that enemy.
Segregation tomorrow.
The white man.
And segregation forever.
He's an enemy to all of us.
I have a dream today.
The people.
Today ordered for Vietnam, the air mobile division. Senator Kennedy has been shot. Is that possible?
He said many times, many parts of this nation. Some men see things as they are and say why. I dream things that never were and say why not.
It's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
It's a free concert from now on.
We must be in heaven, man.
People have got to know whether or not their president is crook.
Johnny.
Well, I'm not a crook.
There will be a killer and a thriller and a killer when I get the gorilla in Manila.
Shall resign the presidency effective at noon tomorrow.
New York, it's Saturday night.
Lennon was dead on arrival.
I, Diana Francis, take these Philip Charles Alpha George.
To my wedded house.
Over a disease striking primarily in the gay community called acquired immune deficiency.
Roger, roll, Challenger.
We will never forget them, nor the last time we saw them. They prepared for their journey and waved goodbye, and slipped the surly bonds of earth to touch the face of God.
Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall. Everyone on Sesame Street is always talking about love.
The Berliners from east and west standing atop the wall with chisels.
Find his opinion or indulge James Simpson not guilty of the crime of murder.
My lips.
I'm Ellen, and I'm gay.
Yeah, baby. We have a new home run champion. Sportsman Wild.
Welcome. You've got mail. I did not have sexual relations with that woman.
This vast right-wing conspiracy conspiring against my husband.
What's he pull
a rabbit out of my hat.
Indeed, I did have a relationship with Miss Lewinsky that was not appropriate. In fact, it was wrong. I need to go back to work for the American people.
The young killers of Columbine High School do not stand for the spirit of America. We can rise up and we can say, no more.
Let the word go forth from this time and place that the torch has been passed to a new generation of Americans.
That's awesome. Thank you, Kenny, very much. What a wonderful tour through the century. Compliments of Kenny G. Thank you very much. That was absolutely great. Have a very, very happy New Year. Thank you. He started at the beginning of the century. I think that first picture there was actually New York City Hall with Welcome to the New Century, and they couldn't make up their minds actually at the beginning of the century whether it should be 1900 or 1901, and so they left the sign up from 1900 right through 1901. The century began also with a message taking 6 days to get all the way across the Atlantic, and when Marconi sent the message, it was received in St. John's, Newfoundland. We're going to go now to Canada, to the second largest country in the world, to Kevin Newman, who's in the harbor at St. John's, Newfoundland, the first piece of North America to greet the new millennium. Hey, Kevin, how's it going?
I'm doing very well, Peter. This is a very special place, as you well know. There are only 200,000 people roughly at St. John's, and I think every single one of them are on the Finger Pier right in St. John's Harbor here tonight. You can hear some Irish Celtic music going on in the background here. Some of the earliest settlers of Newfoundland were from Ireland, and they have maintained that tradition. In fact, there are places in Newfoundland that you can still hear Irish accents that no longer exist in Ireland. That's how isolated it is. We are expecting a wonderful performance here, and I should remind everybody that midnight here happens on the half hour. It is an oddity of Newfoundland that it has a time zone that is on the half hour. So we are about 20 minutes away from a Newfoundland New Year's, and as you can see, the revelers here, a little scoff and skip, they call it, Peter. Little scoff means they've been having a good meal. A little skip is a dance, and then there's something here. They don't really toast with champagne in the same way. I'm going to just go down here for a second. They certainly do. They use Newfoundland Screech, as you can see. This is a very strong rum. I would not recommend too much of it. But this is what they love to toast a New Year with here in Newfoundland, and I'll be sure to bring you back a bottle, Peter.
I hope you will, but give us a little bit of the history here, too, because if Newfoundland is the place where the first settlement in North America occurred as well.
Well, that's very true. It's the first European settlement about 500 years ago, but it was also the first settlement about 1,000 years ago. They believe that the Vikings, and there's archaeological evidence to support this fact, they believe that the Vikings landed here in Newfoundland 1,000 years ago and encountered people they called the Skraelings, which we call the North American Indians, and they believe that was the very first contact between Europeans and native North Americans. But we are here tonight to celebrate 500 years of St. John's. This place was founded in 1613. It's the oldest city in North America, the oldest European city in North America. It also has the oldest street in North America, Water Street and George Street, just across from the harbor here. So it's an historic, a wonderful place. And somebody asked me, how do you describe Newfoundlanders to Americans? And I guess the best way to describe them, they are Canada's Texans. They are a very independent, culturally diverse people, but they are yet part of the whole of Canada as well. But they're, as you can see, a good bunch to be with.
You might tell that person, though, he's gone now. We can convince him that St. John's has said hello to the rest of the world. Are we any chance of hearing a little dash of that Celtic music before we move on elsewhere?
I would love to. There's someone on the stage right now. I'm not sure if you can get a shot of him or not, but
okay.
as you can see, if you take a look here, if you can get past these guys. Excuse me, guys, I want to show the people dancing the jig over there. There's lots of people bopping up and down, Peter, dancing the jig, and you're going to be hearing more of that as the night goes on.
We have a lot of them in Times Square, but you're standing in a harbor, which means a great deal to Americans as well as Canadians, of course, because it was here where the warships very often hid during World War II, right, from the U-boats.
Yes, I'm sorry. I didn't quite pick that up, Peter.
I was just going to ask you to give us just a quick touch, 30 seconds, on the history of St. John's Harbor vis-a-vis Americans as well as Canadians.
There were 10,000 American troops here during World War II because the German U-boats, as you said, were just off the harbor here slightly, and they were very, very concerned that there would be a landing party here during the Second World War. So 10,000 American troops, 8,000 Canadian troops here as well, built into batteries in the hard granite rocks of Newfoundland.
Well, Kev, thanks very much. You've had a wonderful day. He pointed out some of the migration and the communication of the day. So why don't you pick up your bottle of Screech and go and enjoy the ceremony and the celebration with the rest of Newfoundlanders. Newfoundland celebrating half an hour before the rest of the eastern United States. And now we're going to go talk about a change in weather. We're going to go from St. John's, Newfoundland, down to Sunrise in Florida for another of the performances which are going to mark our primetime coverage this evening. We're going to hear now from the Bee Gees. Bee Gees singing to us from Florida, bringing back memories of the 70s. Now, for some Americans, at least, we bring back memories of an earlier age, because we're going to go back to Cuba, to Havana, where ABC's Cynthia McFadden is at the Tropicana Hotel. Cynthia.
Well, Peter, within moments, we're told, we're going to be treated to 96 dancers, 69 of them are women. They're going to come out wearing 3-foot-high headdresses, which weigh 14 pounds apiece. A little earlier in the evening, they took me backstage to where the showgirls are being made up, and I want to tell you, it's quite a production backstage here. The amphitheater here is almost filled to capacity, 1,000 people. As I said a little earlier, many of them Americans from all over the country, and it's quite a scene. No Cubans here except Cubans who are working, however.
Cynthia, we're waiting for the show to begin. Do we think it'll begin on time?
Yeah. They've told us, they've given us a 2-minute warning at this point, Peter, so they should be out any minute.
Okay, we will. This is your first visit to Cuba. I know. I'm very curious to know at this time of night, while we wait for them to start, what your impressions have been.
Well, you know, Peter, I took your advice and called someone that you've known since 1960, Pablo Armando Hernandez, who is a great poet here in Cuba, and spent much of the day with him yesterday. And I was impressed. I also met one of the men who is featured in the Buena Vista Social Club, the blind pianist, who is very much a part of the music of Havana. Now 87 years old. He's going to be at Lincoln Center, in fact, next week playing. And so spending time with some of the artists, some of the writers and thinkers of this country made me as an American aware of how much I had looked at Cuba as just a political place and not as a place of the people in the world. As you know, you can't walk down the street here without hearing the music. It's not a food culture, it's a music culture here. And spending time with the children in schools yesterday, I was most impressed by how hard the people's lives are, but how, in so many ways, how fulfilling I think they see their own lives as being. It's a very different view than the view that we have from the States, I think. Okay, Cynthia, thanks very much. We're going to come back to the Tropicana and visit with you again in a moment. We do want to take a quick look at the mall in Washington, D.C., because the national celebration is embodied there to some extent, too. This is not the first glimpse we've had, but look at, again, the crowd that has gathered there at the Lincoln Memorial end of the mall, or at least partway down the mall, and the Washington Monument, as we've also said before this evening, very beautifully dressed. The President and Mrs. Clinton are going to take a party of friends and important Americans out there. Terry Moran is on the mall. Terry, it's yours.
Peter, the President and the First Lady and Chelsea actually have already arrived here with their guests from a state dinner. And this place, as you say, just looks splendid tonight. It's been the scene of so many historic protests and moments of solemn national significance. It's just a party out here tonight, although I must say, probably the most sober New Year's Eve party. It's illegal to consume alcoholic beverages on the mall, and so at least nominally everyone here is quite sober. The President is going to address the nation a little bit before midnight. He's been thinking a lot about this. He is, as you know, you've spoken with him recently, in a very ruminative mood recently. This is a very historically self-conscious president. He knows this is a big moment, and he's going to talk, we're told, about the past and the future, of course, and the theme today seems to be One America. He says that is the journey that America's on, and he wants it to continue into the next century. There's one more thing I might want to tell you. As you see these vast crowds, although nowhere near the size that people expected, frankly, Chelsea Clinton is having something of a coming out, you might say. Over the past several months, she's been taking on more and more official functions, and tonight at the state dinner, for the first time, Chelsea Clinton was in the receiving line. And so this young woman who was a girl when her father came to the White House has grown up in front of us and really represents the next century of Clintons, I suppose. There's a large musical celebration going on here, produced by the great Quincy Jones. There'll be a film by Steven Spielberg. It is a big party. One of the problems I think that Washington has is that while it's the political capital of the country, it's not the cultural capital, and has a little bit of a chip on its shoulder for that reason, I think. But as you can see, tonight all is in very good spirits, at least as in good spirits as the law will allow here.
Thanks very much, Terry. It's interesting that young Ms. Clinton is going to have to take up so many of the duties because her mother's running for Senate here in New York. But they had a creators dinner at the White House tonight, and speaking of culture, among those they had were Itzhak Perlman, Pinchas Zuckerman, Marilyn Horne, Edward Albee, August Wilson, Arthur Miller, Neil Simon, and Maya Lin, who's the designer, among other things, of the Vietnam Memorial. So it was quite a creators and quite a culture dinner at the White House tonight. Let's go back to the Tropicana in Havana. you should ask.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Tropicana, a paradise under the stars. To enjoy the new Santiago Alfonso's production, Tropicana, La Gloria eres tú.
It's easy.
Muy buenas noches, señoras y señores. Bienvenidos a Tropicana, un paraíso bajo las estrellas. El Cabaret Tropicana tiene el gusto de ofrecerles la superproducción dirigida por Santiago Alfonso, Tropicana. La gloria eres tú.
Bonsoir, mesdames et messieurs. Bienvenue au cabaret Tropicana, le paradis sous les étoiles. On vous présente la nouvelle production de Santiago Alfonso, Tropicana, La Gloria eres tú.
Days when anybody watching television can make their own value judgments about what they think of what they see in any part of the world. But you get very mixed emotions watching the Tropicana, a place where no Cubans are allowed to go this evening, and certainly Cuban Americans will have a very particular view of what is happening there on this particular evening. Let us go back to the very first place in North America to greet the new millennium. Kevin Newman in St. John's, Newfoundland. You are minutes away.
Yes, we are, Peter. We are 4 minutes away. I know it says 10:30 down there on your screen, but it is almost 12 midnight here in Newfoundland, 1.5 hours ahead of New York time. And we may not have the Eiffel Tower sparkling, and we may not have the Thames aflame, but here in Newfoundland, we're having one heck of a party. And it is very much like the kind of thing that is going on in parks across America, or in this case, a pier. The local people have come down. They've got a great band on stage playing a Celtic jig, and they're just having a great old time, as you can see. It is a couple of minutes now, I guess about 2 minutes to midnight, and we are awaiting the arrival of a couple of group of children from the outports and from the main city here in Newfoundland, which is St. John's, and they will be coming down and counting down the midnight for us. I don't know whether or not you can see a picture of everybody in the crowd at this point, Peter.
Help me if you will here. Have we got another camera there? Not that you're not... Do we have any access to the stage at this point?
We should have about 12 other cameras here. And if you take a look on the stage now, you should be able to see a couple of step dancers who are doing
we have 12 other
step
cameras
dancing, Peter,
in
you're
St.
familiar
John's,
with.
Newfoundland, and we can't manage to get to the stage.
Oh, that's a shame. Because
can
it really is
we
quite a
plug into the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation and the Millennium there? Is that possible? All right.
I'm sorry, Peter?
No, I was just I was actually really talking to Roger Goodman in our control room here and asking whether or not we could plug into the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation's coverage of this, because they're also members of the International Consortium. But this is the first celebration in North America of the Millennium, America's most important ally down through the years, the second largest country in the world, 6 time zones, all the way from Newfoundland to the Yukon in the far northwest.
And we are 2 minutes away, Peter. People ask, why is Newfoundland on half a time zone? Because it is quite unusual in the world. And I've asked around Newfoundland. It's been this way since about 1885, when Newfoundland looked at the map of the prime meridians and decided that Newfoundland was right in the middle of a time zone. So by gosh, they were going to be a half time zone. That's very much in the spirit of Newfoundland. It also, of course, gave them an extra half hour to bring in the fishing nets, an extra half hour of sunlight, and it was to their great advantage for that reason as well.
Now, you were in some
and it's part of what makes this place distinctive.
You were in some of the outports in the last couple of days for us, and you find a sad story which is occurring in other parts of North America, people leaving the land, in essence, or leaving the sea in that corner passports to go to the cities and never come back.
And it's the same story we see in America on the family farms. People who have made their lives on the resources of the earth are suddenly unable to keep making their lives that way. And this was a story about a place a great distance from here, actually. No roads, a very remote place. And the people in that place couldn't decide whether to stay or go. A very poignant moment. I see we have pictures now of the choir.
Ladies and gentlemen, Newfoundland and Labrador welcomes the new millennium to North America in 60 seconds. 60 seconds to the new year 2000. 60!
The 21st century has arrived in North America. Never have I seen so many Newfoundlanders determined to talk to the rest of the world. We'll be back in just a moment.
ABC's global celebration continues. Still ahead, Barbra Streisand from Las Vegas, Aerosmith from Japan, the Eagles' special Millennium performance of Hotel California, plus the latest on Y2K. ABC 2024 Incredible Hours continues after this.
Half of us say we'd like to keep our work hours the same into the new year, while 11% say they'd like to work more. Let us do the work today. We'll bring the celebration to you.
See the USA in your Chevrolet.
Liberty, freedom, opportunity. Westward, upward, ingenuity.
See the USA
Songs, dances, second
in
chances.
your Chevrolet.
Unbelievable romance.
See the
Mr. Hill? Yeah, may I speak with you? Privately.
Sure. Excuse me.
I'm sorry to have to tell you this, but your credit card, Mr. Hill, who resides at 2965 Pine Street, husband to Carol, father to Jim and Diane. Mr. Hill, who had an itchy rash all of last summer and doesn't hang up the bathroom towels. Your credit card, Mr. Hill, has been declined.
What if a credit card company could send you an email reminder before you reached your credit limit? Discover Card can do just that.
Thanks.
A friendly credit limit reminder. There's always something more to discover.
Faster, more reliable, higher quality, more profitable. Nortel Networks is building the new high-performance internet, and it can be whatever you want it to be. So tell us, what do you want the internet to be?
Come together right now over me.
This is the face of erectile dysfunction. So is this. And this. Fact is, 1 in 3 men have some form of ED, a medical condition also called impotence that affects men of every age, race, and background. What else do all these men have in common? They all faced up to their problem and got help. If you're experiencing ED, there's no need to hide your face. Just talk to your doctor. It's the best way to get educated about ED and how to treat it.
Next Friday, victims of violent crimes who get nothing
What that man did to me had a terrible effect upon my life.
while their attackers cash in.
Does it strike you as odd that you would receive money when you were convicted of rape?
2020 investigates how well does violent crime really pay next Friday.
Final answer? You win $250. The winner is... He's won $1 million!
Who Wants to Be a Millionaire returns January 9th on ABC.
Well, every city we have been to has seemed like an extravaganza, has been an extravaganza all unto itself. And as we look down on Times Square now, where there is a level of enthusiasm which has never abated for all these hours, they're now handing out yet another collection of balloons. Times Square here in New York, we're on the Broadway side, just across that massive sea of people is the 7th Avenue side. This is where they converge. We're between 44th and 43rd Street, just above 42nd Street. There's a lot of debate about Times Square, whether or not it is as interesting and as glamorous and as gritty as it was in the old days. It's certainly a lot cleaner than it was in the old days, and it's been cleaned up in many ways. A lot of debate about whether or not that's been a good thing for New York City, but tonight there is no debate whatsoever about the enthusiasm there is in this place that is so traditionally enthusiastic about New Year's. And Jack Ford, our Jack Ford, is somewhere out there. Jack?
Peter, we are indeed somewhere out here. As you said, the crowd out here during the course of the day has been somewhat controlled, somewhat sedate as they've been waiting for the ball to drop. As you can tell by these folks behind me, they are no longer somewhat controlled or somewhat sedate. We're about an hour and a half away from the ball behind me dropping down here. Peter, a tradition that began back in 1904, actually. The first celebration took place here in Times Square. It was the newly renamed Times Square. Before that, it had been Longacre Square. The Times building, how are you guys? The new Times building had just gone up in 1904, and they did some fireworks off the roof of the building to celebrate the appearance of the New York Times here in this area. And it was 3 years later that the first ball dropped. It set a tradition, established a tradition that has drawn folks here every year. The tradition is going to be a little bit different this year, Peter, because of the creation of the balls. The Waterford Crystal Company was brought in as part of the Millennium Celebration. The ball that we saw hoisted up about 7 o'clock this morning is about 1,070 pounds. It is 6 feet in diameter. All of these folks behind me can't wait for that ball to start coming down. Peter, it's coming down on a 77-foot shaft. All of this is computerized, but perhaps as a throwback to the old century, the 1900s. If it doesn't work on the computer, there's a whole gang of strong guys up top of that building. They're ready to pull it down themselves. So out here in Times Square, the folks have gotten their hands on some balloons. They are wearing some of the adornments that were handed out a little bit earlier as part of the Times Square 2000 celebration. They're having a real good time, Peter, and they're waiting for the festivities to begin here. Peter,
thank you, Jack, very much. We'll be back to you very shortly. Now, I must confess, I wasn't quite sure at the very beginning of this long but fascinating, interesting day that I was going to have the pleasure of the company as often as I have. David, would you come on in? This is David Blaine, one of the great country's more interesting performers. He's already completely stymied Charles Gibson and Barbara Walters and me with your imagination and your talent with cards. Now what?
Well, this is actually something that, this is about 1,000 years old, which is why I'm going to do this. It's in India, the fakirs used to do this. Yeah. I'd like to do this in honor of somebody. Can you name somebody very important?
Yeah, how about my children, Christopher and Elizabeth?
Elizabeth and Christopher? Yeah. Great. So this
I'm a sentimental guy.
For you guys.
We're not going to get them in trouble.
No. Let's try this. There's two parts to this. The first part is just use a lighter, like this. You can see the lighter? We'll start with with Elizabeth. The next one will be for Charles. Christopher, sorry. If I take this, I just open up and I'm just gonna sort of burn just a little bit. Don't worry about it. See, sort of get it to, no, don't worry, get it to ignite just a little bit in here. And get it a little bit more.
Yes, please don't try this at home, right?
Kids, don't try this one at home. Can you see the way it sort of burns up a little bit like that?
Sure, this is a good thing to be showing people?
What you do is you rub it just a little bit, see? And look, what happens is underneath. I don't know if you can see that.
Almighty.
Can you read that?
My daughter's name on your arm. I don't believe this.
And now your son's name is Christopher. Christopher, this one's for you. Here, I just need a thread. I'm gonna pull from your dad's shirt, or it's hard to find. This is maybe. Yeah, usually there's like a loose thread. Great. I'm sorry, I don't mean to ruin anything.
No, my clothes are like I'm completely unraveled.
That's perfect. Can you see this? Is it possible to see this thread? I'll hold it up maybe against the light like this. It's a black thread. Yeah? Good. Look, here's what we do. I take it. This is the one that's eat it. Like this.
This is the kind of stuff my kid eats.
No, it goes in there. You can offer that. Here's the interesting part. Well, that's tough, but...
You grew up in Brooklyn, so this is not a difficult thing for you, right?
That's right. The thread is gone. Huh? There's no thread. Here's the idea. If we do this, watch. See, it starts to push. I think if you can... Yeah, see how the thread... Can you see there? Come in tight so you can see. Actually looks like the beginning.
We're supposed to do this later at night.
Can you see this thread? Here, look. Here, if you can see, we'll just pull that. See, here you go. Here, I mean, you can look at it and make sure you can see that this is actually coming.
Yeah, I know. I believe you. I believe you in the most graphic sense.
There you go. A gift.
Oh, that's amazing. that is truly amazing. I actually don't know what to say. Maybe not the first time in the last 20 years. That is absolutely amazing. How long have you been doing this now?
My first memory actually was when I was about 4 years old. I would play with my grandmother's tarot cards, and I was sort of interested in it. But I became serious and started really studying it when I was about 16.
How old are you now?
Now I'm 26.
26?
Yeah.
And is there no end to where you can go with this kind of thing?
Oh, no. Actually, the next one you guys should look for is I buried myself alive last time.
I remember that. I never got over to see you. You were buried on the west side of Manhattan. It's nice to see you back.
No, but the next one that I want to do is I'm going to freeze myself in a block of ice. So like the way Han Solo was frozen by Jabba the Hutt, like that, I'm going to try to freeze myself in a block of ice for like a couple of days.
Did somebody tell me the other day that Harry Houdini was your idol? I respect
what he did. I thought he was really really amazing.
Do you realize that my daughter probably didn't see that?
Oh,
That
should we
is
show it
absolutely
again?
amazing. He
Yeah.
did not know in advance what my children's names were. He
Or
did
that
not
you were
know
gonna
they were
think of
Elizabeth or
them.
Christopher, or that I were going to think of them. That is fantastic. David, thank you very much again.
Thank you.
It's great to
also.
see you. This is our second visit with David Blaine today, and it's been absolutely spectacular.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very
Peter,
much, and Happy New Year to you.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. My goodness gracious. Thanks, David. David Blaine, one of the great performers in the country. Live. Thank you, man. Live, Nancy Cabrini, who gets me through the day. Live, Barry Manilow.
Another New Year's Eve, so happy millennium, everyone! May all your dreams come true! Let me take you high on a hillside, high up where the stallion meets the sun. I could love you, build my world around you. Never leave you till my life is done. Baby, I love you. Come to my heart. Oh, let me know the wonder of all of you. And baby, I want you now, hold on, baby. The magic atlas. Come to my heart. Oh, let me know the wonder of all of you. Baby, I want you now. Hold on. Could this be the
Save a place for me. Save a space for me.
Don't make us choose. Please support the United Negro College Fund.
Something new is here.
A whole new way to take care of heartburn. Introducing Pepsid AC Gel Caps. Just one gel cap controls as much acid as a whole roll of Tums. An idea that's very easy to swallow. New Pepsid AC Gel Caps.
Will you look at that? They changed the Camry.
Introducing the newly updated Camry.
I like it.
The King.
Should have used Energizer. They keep going and going and going and going.
Cellular One, clear across America.
Now, what'll it be, sweetheart?
Let me guess. A nice, cold Pepsi. I wouldn't want to hear one of those crazy voices of yours, huh?
Honey, you ain't heard nothing yet. Hit it, fellas. Joy bubbles, joy fun, joy of Pepsi on your tongue. The greatest taste sensation. You go, girl.
Well, the millennium, as we know, has arrived in North America. We saw that celebration in St. John's, Newfoundland just a short while ago. Times Square is as full as assumedly it is ever going to get. And though we can't look down the side streets of this crossroads of America, certainly the crossroads for New York City and all the people who come to visit here, the intensity of that crowd, we think, extends down one street after another, between 42nd Street and maybe all the way up to 57th Street at the south end, 59th Street at the south end of Central Park here in New York. And we have been here for hours, and we are joined again by ABC's Robert Krulwich. Robert, the last time you were here, you came with an enormous fish bowl, and now you have come with these Roman numerals. Would you please explain why?
Well, I wanted to point out that is, in essence, this day, something very special about this day, apart from the fact that the whole world is celebrating together, as we've seen, is that it's arithmetical. This is, in essence, an odometer moment. I mean, if those numbers didn't go from 1999 to 2000 all at once, it would be a little less thrilling. And I was feeling a little sad for the people of the last millennium. 1,000 years ago, they didn't have cars, they didn't have odometers, and they didn't have the thrill. But to help them out retrospectively, I have designed my own very primitive odometer for the last millennium.
It's late, Robert.
This is, if you lived in Great Britain 1,000 years ago, this is how you would have spelled the year 999. D stands for 500. C, it's in Roman letters, of course. C is 600, 700, 800, 900. L is 50, that's 950, 960, 970, 980, 990, 995, 96, 97, 98, 99. That's 999 in Roman letters. Now, I know, of course, that you don't subtract. These guys were primitive Roman numeral people. They didn't do 9IX because they couldn't subtract. They just added. So you have a 15-digit number. Now, imagine that it's midnight 999. The clock, or they didn't have a clock, the sun goes down, midnight comes. Now watch what happens as they all stand watching my odometer. Here we go. 15 letters to 1. 1520. M equals 1,000. Which simply goes to say that whether it's this millennium or the last millennium, essentially the magic of numbers would have been there then had they had this, and is there now because of our odometer thing.
It's extraordinary. You've had a wonderful day.
I had a wonderful day. And I have better clothing than you, apparently, over here.
Yes, you're the way I came apart of the seams.
Yes.
Well, I wish you very happy. You're going to come, you got one more visit in you before the evening is over, I hope?
I don't think so, but if you want me,
No, why don't you go in the back room and see if you can figure out some reason to come back. We love it. Robert Krulwich and his odometer. In a minute, we're going to go to Las Vegas again, where they know all about numbers. But the mayor is here. Mr. Mayor, would you mind coming over and having a look out the window at your Times Square? Nice to see you. You haven't been here since 6 o'clock this morning.
That's right. You look terrific.
You don't look too bad for an old guy either. What have you been doing? Now, here, this is quite extraordinary.
Oh, it is unbelievable. I've been watching you from the Marriott Marquis Hotel, actually, for quite some time.
I think these people probably want you to wave.
Oh, yeah, look at that. I think they're even more excited now.
Now, come and talk to us for just a second about New York City on this particular day. I remember a week or so ago, all of us in the news business were desperately concerned about crowds. Seattle, as we've said before, perhaps a little on Friday night, canceled theirs. Be safe for all and be sorry. What's it been like in New York today behind the scenes?
I've walked in the crowd quite a bit today, particularly over the last 2 hours, and it seems like a very friendly crowd, very happy, very contented, peaceful.
Had any difficulties behind the scenes today?
Sure. I mean, we've had a lot of bomb scares. Nothing for real, bogus, but probably twice as many as we usually do. We've got a lot of police officers patrolling the crowd. We've got celebrations in 8 other parts of the city that number in the 5 and 6 and 7,000s. But this is, now well over 1 million people, and it's going to probably end up at 2 million people. So.
Now, have you been in contact with the feds, all the federal authorities all day long because of what's been going in terms of the Canadian border?
Everything seems okay. So we're keeping our fingers crossed and we're praying.
Do you know how many sort of fake bomb threats you've had today?
As of about 5 o'clock, we had 16. And a normal day, we have about 6 or 7. So that's considerably more than normal.
And
but all of them fake, and a lot of things like that. A lot of people, for some sick reason, playing pranks, I guess.
Now, John Miller, who works for us and knows the city very well, told us earlier, I think that you had told him, or the fire chief told him, that you had the number of people in Times Square at 5:30 this afternoon, which you'd had at midnight last year. You didn't anticipate this, did you?
No, absolutely not. Well, I think you could see it being here. You could see it about noon, 1 o'clock today. I was here about 1 o'clock, and the crowds were almost like the crowds we have at 10 o'clock at night. We didn't anticipate it being quite this heavy, but it's terrific. And the police have a terrific plan to allow people to move out further and further, and there are 7 jumbotrons. So the people who can't see the ball directly will be able to see it on the jumbotron.
I was just commenting a moment ago that we don't know from here how deep the crowd goes on the side streets or how far up it goes towards Central Park. What's the answer?
Right up against Central Park.
Oh, really?
On both 7th and Broadway, it's right up against the park. So you've got people there, and then you have people south, and you have people all the way across 42nd Street over to about 9th Avenue. So it's still filling up. We're still literally an hour away. Usually, traditionally, the crowd doesn't usually start showing up until about now. About at this point, the theaters are letting out, the Broadway plays are ending, and the crowd really starts to swell at about 11:10, 11:20. I can't see it getting much bigger than this.
Thanks for dropping in again. Have a great evening. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Mayor Giuliani, Mayor of New York City. It has been quite a day here. I think we are sometimes blamed being a bit New York-centric around here on this broadcast, but I hope
capital of the world.
I want to go very quickly, speaking of capitals, to Washington, because Sam Donaldson has got about 30 seconds, Sam, if you would not mind, in Y2K headquarters to tell us if there have been any problems around the world at all.
Give me 40 seconds, Peter. And no problems, and everything's going so swimmingly that people here are confident in the United States there will be no problems. However, some precautions are being taken. The Social Security Center in Baltimore is switching to generators off the power company. Now, the Baltimore Gas and Electric Company says, we're ready. Social Security says, well, okay, but we just want to be certain. And Amtrak stations, if you're running on a train, they stop just before midnight, and they give you a whistle which says, I rode Amtrak into the new millennium. If it doesn't work, of course, you can use the whistle to call a cab.
Thanks very much, Sam. Sorry to give you such a short period of time there. We'll come back. The Wire services are calling this Apocalypse Not. ABC special coverage of the millennium continues, but some of our stations are going to take some of their local news in hand at the moment, so we'll break away for a few seconds. If you're not going to go to local news, stay with us. The celebration continues.
Sunday, January 9th. It's the first new practice of a new millennium.
I think something is going on.
A controversial client fires up a lawyer's passion in more ways than one.
1.6 times a week. Last year, it was 3.9.
I need more sex.
An all-new Practice returns ABC Sunday, January 9th.
You do the math.
The snow is here, and the fun is just beginning. Hurry to any North Central Wisconsin Skidoo dealer before January 21st and register to win a 2000 Skidoo MXZ 440. Newsline 9 Sports Director Ted Stefaniak will draw the winner during the Super Bowl pregame show on January 30th. Don't let this winter pass you by. Register now to win a 2000 Skidoo MXZ 440 snowmobile. Sponsored by these North Central Wisconsin Skidoo dealers and TV9 and TV34. See entry form for official rules.
Power up with big savings from Menards. This skill variable speed drill is $18.99 after $5 rebate. Or choose a 9.6-volt cordless drill with a 5-position clutch, $39.98. Get red-hot savings on Bernzomatic torch kit. A self-igniting torch is on sale, $12.98 after $5 rebate. This 2-tank cutting and welding set is $24.98 after rebate. For hot winter deals, head to Menards. For the season's greetings to you all from Menards.
Happy holidays from TD9 and these area businesses. The Hot House in Rib Mountain. Indoor and outdoor tubbing, tanning, and massage. No other spa like it. Your 1-hour getaway. The Wausau Daily Herald. Reserve your copy of our special Millennium Commemorative Edition today. Call 842-2106. All-Star Mortgage. Great rate and great service. Guaranteed. See us at 1105 Grand Avenue, Schofield. And have a safe and happy holiday season from the physicians and staff at the Bone and Joint Clinic of Wausau.
Coverage you can count on with Ted Stefaniak.
And it's only a few hours now before we bring in the new year. Have you been stocking up for Y2K? We head to a local grocery store to find out. Also tonight, a 2-block area of downtown Wausau had to be blocked off earlier today because of a bomb scare. And a Portage County family is homeless tonight after fire destroyed their home. Good evening, I'm Lisa Burton. The coverage you can count on is now.
You're watching WAOW-TV9 and WYOW-TV34.
Well, New Year's Eve is being celebrated all over the world tonight. Here in Wisconsin, we're only 2 hours away from the year 2000. Right now, we join Newsline 9's Shannon Burns, who is live at the First Star Eve celebration, which is getting underway right now at Marathon Park. Shannon?
Well, Lisa, it is getting underway here at Marathon Park. It got underway just about 9 o'clock tonight with activities inside. Now everyone is heading outside for the fireworks. Those are scheduled to start in about 10 or 15 minutes right behind me here. Joining me now is Greg Callen. Greg is the president of First Star in Wausau. Can you tell us a little bit about what is going on the inside tonight?
Sure, Shannon. On the inside, we had some fun activities for the kids as well as some live music, but the focus of our evening tonight is really on just the fireworks show of the century to start at 10:15.
Okay, any idea how many people you had here tonight?
Boy, we really had, your guess is as good as mine. You were inside there, so take a shot at it. What do you think?
Hundreds, that's how I can think.
Yeah, lots of people coming through the doors, all having fun on New Year's Eve.
Okay, great. Well, thank you very much, Greg.
Thank you.
Okay, and as we said, the fireworks are scheduled to start in just a few minutes. Now, First Star Bank is sponsoring that along with the city of Wausau. We're now joined by the Wausau Mayor, Linda Lawrence. Mayor Lawrence, can you tell us why is the city of Wausau involved in tonight's festivities?
Well, First Star gave us a call and asked if we'd co-sponsor, and we were very happy to do that with room tax money. We don't sponsor our own New Year's Eve celebration, so it was kind of a good deal for us, too.
Okay, and I understand that the fireworks tonight are one of the biggest ever in Marathon County?
I guess so. I hear there's a lot of spectacular fireworks about to come, and I'm real excited that it's a nice family event. People can come out and bring their children and enjoy the evening.
Okay, great. Well, thank you very much,
Thank
Mayor
you.
Lawrence. Okay, well, as you've heard, fireworks getting underway in just a few minutes, so if you live close by, you still have time to come out here. They're supposed to last for about a half an hour, and we'll give you a sneak peek coming up later in the newscast. Reporting live in Wausau, I'm Shannon Burns. Lisa, back to you.
All right, thanks, Shannon. Well, in other news, there were some tense moments today after what looked like a bomb was found in downtown Wausau. But the bomb was only a fake. Newsline 9's assignment manager Glenn Moberg joins us live in the newsroom with more. Glenn.
Lisa, it was quite a day today in downtown Wausau where a 2-block area was cordoned off for more than 5 hours. It was what everybody was afraid of this New Year's Eve, a terrorist threat right at home. The bomb squad was called in from Fort McCoy, and when they finally arrived, they used a robotic detonation machine to blow up the phony bomb. It started around noon today when the device was found by a postal worker in front of an express mailbox. Authorities took no chances. They evacuated the area around 3rd and Jefferson The fire department set up a command post and the bomb squad was called in. Police Chief Bill Brandamore said the device looked like it was real.
But it's wrapped up in such a way, it's clearly something that somebody's put together, and it's got what appears to be a sort of a plastic or putty-like substance adhering to the top of the can. So that's real enough for us to treat it very seriously.
Firefighters made a sweep of the area to see if there were other devices nearby. The sweep turned up nothing. The phony bomb looked real, but when it was detonated by the team from Fort McCoy, they discovered it was packed with dirt. The New Year's Eve threat in downtown Wausau is over. Now comes the hard part, finding who did it. Reporting live from the newsroom, Glenn Moberg. Lisa, back to you.
All right, thanks, Glenn. A pedestrian was killed tonight on Grand Avenue in Wausau. Police say a person was struck by a pickup truck in front of Kmart at around 6 o'clock. The person's name will not be released until next of kin have been notified. No charges have been filed and an investigation continues. One man is behind bars and several other people could be arrested after a 4-month drug investigation in the Northwoods. 29-year-old Gerardo Lopez of Milwaukee was arrested for selling 5 pounds of marijuana to undercover cops. Vilas County Sheriff's deputies arrested Lopez in the town of Lac du Flambeau. They say Lopez sold marijuana in Lac du Flambeau as well as in Minocqua and in Rhinelander. The Vilas County Sheriff says 3 more people will be arrested. A Portage County couple is left without a home or any possessions after a fire last night. The Portage County Sheriff's Department says the fire happened here at this mobile home in Stockton at around 8:15 last night. By the time the Plover Fire Department arrived, the home was engulfed in flames, destroying everything inside. Friends are trying to set up a fire fund for the man and his fiancée who lived here, but because of the holiday, it'll be at least Monday before that can happen. Well, are you stocking up for Y2K? Coming up next, we went to a local grocery store today to ask that very question. Find out what people had to say. You're watching TV9 and 34.
Individually, they are standouts in their respective classes. Collectively, they paint a portrait of daring and innovation. Characteristics that produce groundbreaking vehicles like Dodge Caravan. Right now, you can get a $239 a month lease on the most imitated, most trusted, and best-selling minivan ever. If you're ready to move in a different direction, get to the Dodge year-end event today.
Happy holidays from TD9 and these area businesses. The Hot House in Rib Mountain. Indoor and outdoor tubbing, tanning and massage. No other spa like it. Your 1-hour getaway. The Wausau Daily Herald. Reserve your copy of our special Millennium Commemorative Edition today. Call 842-2106. All-Star Mortgage. Great rate and great service. Guaranteed. See us at 1105 Grand Avenue, Schofield. And have a safe and happy holiday season from the physicians and staff at the Bone and Joint Clinic of Wausau.
Years of technological achievements have made us what we are today. Jeep is the most award-winning brand of 4x4s of this millennium. So we're celebrating the next millennium with the Jeep Year-End Awards event, featuring a low $359 a month lease on the legendary Grand Cherokee Laredo, with the power and capability to drive you into the turns of the century and beyond. So get to the Jeep Year-End Awards event and see where a little recognition can take you. Check one out at your Jeep dealer.
Counties throughout north central Wisconsin are as prepared as they can be for the Y2K. In Marathon County, extra officers are on duty and the dispatch center is fully staffed. More than 60 emergency check-in points have been set up in town halls and municipal buildings. And Sheriff Gary Martin says no one should be worried about computer problems.
We are still an educated society that can read and write. So if the computer goes down, we can pick up a pencil and keep track of things. We're not going to stop functioning regardless of what happens.
Wausau City Hall is one of the emergency check-in points that will be staffed overnight. Well, we're just a matter of hours from Y2K, and in parts of the world where it's already the year 2000, it looks like there hasn't been any major problems. Well, right here at home, it doesn't look like people are too concerned either. Few are picking up emergency supplies.
I don't think there's going to be a problem at all.
Everything that's going to happen, I think, is electronical. So, you know, other than credit cards not working and stuff like that, I don't think anything real big is going to happen.
We're not worried that anything's going to happen.
Okay, just enough food to feed our family like we usually do, and that's it.
We always do, and we just like the taste of it better.
So you're not buying it because of Y2K?
Oh, no, we're not. We just buy it all the time. We buy it all year long anyway.
The biggest thing that seems to be moving off the store shelves is water. Many stores have had to continually restock their shelves. Well, if you're going to be out partying tonight to ring in the new year, please remember to make safety your top priority. Many establishments in the area are offering a free ride home to anyone who thinks they may have had too much to drink. Last Call is a program sponsored by the Marathon County Tavern League and the Sheriff's Department. Now, in order to get a free ride home, all you have to do is talk to the bartender at a participating establishment.
Just ask the bartender wherever you're doing your socializing if you could please have a safe ride home voucher. They'll provide it for you. They'll fill it out. You don't have to do any work. They'll call you a cab. You show it to the cab driver. He'll take you home. The next morning, you'll bring it back to your car.
The program began about 5 years ago and is considered a big success. Similar programs are run in other counties. Ask the bartender if it's available. Well, we'll be right back with Tony's complete forecast live from Marathon Park.
The Powerball jackpot has been building. The new jackpot is...
And now another winning experience from the Wisconsin Lottery.
Keith Van Acker of Darien won $1,000 playing Wisconsin Riches from the Wisconsin Lottery.
Stay tuned for another winning experience from the Wisconsin Lottery.
Do you want a better night's sleep? Do you really want a better night's sleep? Then do it. Come to the Sealy Triple Bonus Sale at Slumberland Furniture. You'll save on every Sealy mattress in the store. Plus, bonus number one. Get 10% off our already low sale prices on any Sealy Posturepedic set. Bonus number two. Get a free heavy-duty bed frame with your Posturepedic purchase. Bonus number three. Pay nothing down, make no payments, and pay no interest for 1 entire year. That's right, nothing till 2001. Hurry to the Sealy Triple Bonus Sale at Slumberland Furniture.
Individually, they are standouts in their respective classes. Collectively, they paint a portrait of daring and innovation. Traits that lead to an SUV called Dodge Durango. Right now, this low lease puts you in a four-wheel drive sport utility that's perfectly positioned between the toys and the tanks. If you're ready to move in a different direction, get to the Dodge year-end event today.
Welcome back, everybody. I'm Tony Schumacher, live at Marathon Park for the first Star Eve festivities, and we're standing next to the detonator, which will be kicking off the fireworks display, which is supposed to be very spectacular in just a matter of minutes, so stay tuned for that. But first of all, let's talk about the nice evening here. Temperature's a little bit chilly with that wind, but boy, you couldn't ask for much more at this time of the year. There's your live Super Doppler 9000 image. You can see dry weather all across the area, so good weather for going out tonight to catch all the festivities. And the current temperature is 30. The wind chill is 12 degrees, so bundle up if you're coming out. Dew point is 20. Humidity 67%, a south wind at 13 miles per hour, and the pressure is falling. And around the area, we have readings mostly in the upper 20s to lower 30s, so definitely not the coldest late December night we've ever seen. And our Weather Watcher reports today indicate a high of 32 in Conover, 31 in Tomahawk, and 34 degrees down in Plover, according to Sioux. We're going to move on now and take a look at our Rose Bowl forecast out in Pasadena. Tomorrow should be a better day than they had today. Mostly sunny tomorrow with temperatures in the lower 60s and breezy conditions, so not bad at all. And here's a look at our satellite and radar composite. You see a little weather system moving through the area tonight. We'll put that into motion. And as you do so, watch the clouds that are moving through northern Minnesota, and we'll push the button and go to the see how those clouds are moving to the east. Some light snow across northern Minnesota and upper Michigan is staying to the north of us tonight, so it should be dry through tomorrow. Here's what future track looks like. A weak cold front will be moving through later tonight, switching the winds back to the northwest, but generally quiet weather. We'll put that into motion as well. And notice how tomorrow high pressure will be building through Lake Superior. That should protect us. There'll still be some clouds out there. And by Sunday, a couple of weather systems approaching from the west could bring in a mix of light rain and snow to southeast Wisconsin, some light snow around here. Accumulations appear to be on the light side of the system, maybe an inch or two, but we'll monitor tomorrow and give you an update. Highs will be in the 30s and some 20s in the northwest part of the state tomorrow. And looking ahead to the forecast then for tonight, a low temperature hovering right around 24, partly to mostly cloudy skies. Happy New Year, everybody. And south winds turning to the northwest. Tomorrow's high about 33, variably cloudy. North winds becoming northeast at 5 to 10. And the extended forecast indicates that chance of light snow on Sunday. That should be diminishing in the day. And then Monday, another chance of snow later in the day into Tuesday. That could be a little bigger system, turning rather breezy and cool as we head into midweek. And then Thursday and Friday, another chance of snow with highs in the 20s and lows right around the single digits. So we're live out here at Marathon Park. We're just moments away from the fireworks, Lisa, and we're all excited for that. And we'll send it back to the studio. And apparently you're going to come back to us in a couple minutes. Lisa.
Thanks, Tony. It looks like it's a nice night up there. Well, now a glitch we don't think can be blamed on Y2K. Cold and rainy weather in what is supposed to be sunny California. Rachel Kisko is there for the Rose Bowl.
Early today and just kept on coming, but it'll take a lot more than rain to make this experience a washout for the parents of Rose Bowl players.
We are enjoying this Rose Bowl probably even more than last year, because last year we were just awestruck, and this year we're just really soaking in all the activities, and being Chris's last year, it's just every moment is special.
Yeah, I don't think it's ever old hat. This is just so exciting, and the accomplishments by the University of Wisconsin. It's just great to be here and have the opportunity.
What has it been like for y'all as parents with your son being the quarterback of the team?
Well, it's been, as Tish often says, we've sort of been on his coattails and have enjoyed the ride. They've had tremendous successes this year and a few disappointments as well, but it's been a fantasy that's really come true. It's been a dream that's come true not only for our son, but also for the whole team. It's been a wonderful experience.
We experienced something unusual earlier tonight. A helicopter hovered over the field to dry it out before the Rose Bowl tomorrow. The game, of course, will go on, and you can only see it here on ABC. Happy New Year from Pasadena. I'm Rachel Kisko. Back to you.
All right, and we'll be right back with sports.
Are you looking for a great selection of sport utility vehicles or pickups like the Dodge Durango, the Jeep Grand Cherokee, the Cherokee Sport, like the Dodge Dakota, or the four-door Ram Quad Cab? We've got them all.
Wait a minute, what about America's favorite full-size sport utility, the Ford Expedition, the Ford F-Series pickups, the Lincoln Navigator, and the #1 selling Ford Explorer?
Find out why so many people make the drive to Marshfield.
At B&H in Marshfield, we've got it all for you.
The American entrepreneur, determined, dedicated, willing to put in as many hours as it takes. At Savin, we too share the entrepreneurial spirit. We're committed to doing whatever it takes to win over your business with document solutions designed to raise productivity and improve efficiency. Backed by Savin people who want to help every business become big business. Savin, we're going to win you over.
Call the people who care about your business. Hadley Office Products, River Drive, Wausau.
The Wisconsin Badgers have spent the last 7 weeks preparing for tomorrow's Rose Bowl showdown with Stanford. Newsline 9 Sports' Gary Perleski and Brian Levitan have been following both teams all week long in Southern California and take one last look at tomorrow's matchup.
Thanks, Ted. It rained here the day before the Rose Bowl, and as you can see behind us, the helicopter is in the process of drying the field for tomorrow's Rose Bowl game between Wisconsin and Stanford. And joining me now is Newsline 9 Sports' Gary Perleski. Gary, let's talk about one of the major keys to this game. That's Ron Dayne versus the Stanford defense.
That's exactly right, Brian. You're looking at Stanford's defense, one of the worst in the nation, 110th out of 114 teams. Tomorrow, they got to go against Ron Dayne, a very tough test for Stanford.
Our biggest challenge is to get a lot of guys around the football, but we can't just pay attention to one man, and because they are a very good football team.
One other major problem for the Stanford defense is Brooks Bollinger, the Badger quarterback and the Big Ten Freshman of the Year. He can not only throw the football, but he can run it too, and he really does spread out the defense for Ron Dayne.
Yeah, I think with Bollinger in the offense, it's really a lot more than Ron Dayne. He has the respect of Stanford defensive coordinator Kent Baer, and you would think with Bollinger, only a redshirt freshman, he's going to be nervous for tomorrow's game, but that's not the case.
I'm excited
excited to play just because it's the Rose Bowl, and if we can score a lot of points, then that's great. But, you know, I just hope we have, you know, a couple more points than them at the end of the game.
And you'd think, Gary, there wouldn't be a whole lot of controversy, but Stanford head coach Tyrone Willingham certainly did his fair share to stir something up.
Yeah, we all thought Troy Walters, the All-American wide receiver, was going to be out with a dislocated right wrist. Well, now, by the hope of a miracle, according to Willingham, Walters may play tomorrow.
With Troy, as always, I always hold open the window that a miracle will take place, that there'll be an opportunity or a chance that he might play.
Well, Gary, it's raining here in the Rose Bowl, and it could be raining tomorrow. In fact, it could be raining points.
That sure could, Brian. Both teams have very explosive offenses, and personally, I expect it to be a very high-scoring game. Probably both teams scoring maybe in the 30s, high 20s. Expect a shootout and not much defense tomorrow.
Now, the Badgers are 13.5-point favorites. They're trying to do something no other Big Ten team has ever done, and that's win back-to-back Rose Bowls. For Gary Brzezinski, I'm Brian Levitan, reporting in Pasadena, California from the Rose Bowl.
Thanks, guys. Great job in California. They will have post-game reaction tomorrow night, but that will follow the Orange Bowl, so it'll be a late one tomorrow night. Don't forget, we have the Rose Bowl right here on Channel 9. Pregame starts at 3:30. In other bowl games today, there were 4 of them on tap. Oregon beats Minnesota in the Sun Bowl. Colorado crushes Boston College at the Insight.com Bowl. Southern Mississippi got by Colorado State in the Liberty Bowl, and Mississippi is beating Oklahoma in the third quarter. We've got 6 games, 6 bowl games tomorrow on different channels. We've got 3 of them on Channel 9. That includes the Citrus Bowl at noon, the Rose Bowl at 4, and of course the Orange Bowl at 7:30. So it's going to be a late night, but it should be a great night of football on TV 9.
All right, thanks, Ted. And that's it for the news. Have a happy New Year's, everyone. We'll see you in the year 2000. We'll leave you with a live look at the fireworks at Marathon Park.
Welcome back to ABC's coverage of the end of the century and the beginning of the new one. Once again in Times Square, you've got people snaking their way through the streets, in this case quite literally as a serpent goes through Times Square itself, because as they've celebrated this hour by hour throughout the day, they've now come, as we've all come, to the last hour here, and they now think of themselves beginning a long journey into the future. We could not gather in Times Square on a New Year's Eve without Dick Clark. And so let's go halfway up the Marriott Hotel across from the ABC studio here to ABC's Dick Clark. Dick?
Thank you, Peter. I see you over in your nice, warm and cozy booth, but it's not bad here this year. I've been out here on some rather cold nights. Tonight, 37 degrees. The weather is clear. There's a light drift of wind in the air, and as you can see, the folks down there are happy. They are ever so happy, and they've been supplied with balloons and wigs and Mylar hats and all sorts of things. Interestingly enough, you at home probably are in the majority this year, because they ran a poll recently, and Americans staying home this year are 72%. 72% of the people said they're going to stay home this year, as opposed to 63% last year. This crowd size, as we can see from the 10th floor of the Marriott Marquis Hotel here, is big. They haven't given us the official estimate, but they've said there could be 2 million people in this, this 72-block frozen area between 35th and 59th Streets, between 6th and 8th Avenue. They're cheek to jowl, and they're not cold. They're in a real festive mood. They're ready to go. And if indeed we've got 2 million people here, it will match the crowd when we had the end of the World War II gathering in August of 1945. Worldwide, as you know, billions of people are watching this coverage, and they're billing it as the world's largest celebration. It cost over $7 million to mount this, and this crowd started gathering out here at 5 o'clock this morning. So though they're in a festive mood, they're in a quieter mood than usual. And they got all sorts of puppeteers, and it's all free, by the way. There is no liquor. There are 37,000 policemen here on duty tonight. 8,000 of them are stationed here in Times Square, and the NYPD has done an extraordinary job of choreographing this whole thing, so it's safe, it's happy, it's fun. By the way, there are 102 horses on deck here tonight. They do a great job. $650,000 worth of barricades were purchased for this occasion. And so New York's been planning for a long time. By the way, most of these visitors are from out of town. They're not New Yorkers. 85 to 90% of them came from out of town. Right in this area, there are about 12,500 hotel rooms in the Times Square area, 90,000 in the whole city. And this is a 24-hour celebration. And it's staged by the Times Square Business Improvement District. And they're going to see 500 performers and dancers, musicians, puppeteers, crew members, 1,000 volunteers who are going to drink 7,000 gallons of coffee today. And they've got 5 huge television screens for the people who can't get right here in Times Square. As you can probably hear in the background, we've got the surround sound, and once again, it's free. A lot of people stayed home this year because in one restaurant here in New York, it's $1,000 a couple just for dinner. The great big stage show at the Javits Center was canceled, but they had tickets with $1,000 and up. People said, I'm just not going to pay that. I'm going to stay home. I'm going to enjoy it. And you can feel the excitement building here with all of these people who are the guests of New York City. This is the world-famous Ball Drop. This is the place to be. I don't care wherever you are in the world. This is the place to be, the crossroads of the world. Peter, back to you.
Thanks, Dick, very much. And we will not have the Ball Drop without you, I promise. We wouldn't have it on any New Year's Eve without Dick Clark here in Times Square. Even he, I think, is amazed at the number of people the police department, but I don't think they're saying anything untoward. And as Dick Clark said, this place has been really well controlled for most of the day. Everybody's been in a festive mood. The mayor was here a short while ago. He said it had a lot of bomb hoaxes, but it was all about bomb hoaxes. So let us spend the next couple of minutes moving before we go back to Dick Clark and the Ball Drop, which is going to be done along with a representative from Doctors Without Borders this year. And it is some spectacular ball up there on the top of the Old Times building. Let's go up the East Coast, starting at South Beach in Florida with John Quinones, and just check in with all the celebrations as we come up the coast. John?
Hello, Peter. It is a wild scene. You're looking at the jam-packed crowd of hundreds of thousands of celebrants down in the middle of Miami's Ocean Boulevard here in South Beach as we head into the final hour of the millennium. Police are describing the situation here as surprisingly problem-free. City officials had told us they had prepared and planned for this like they would for a hurricane. And of course, so far, no storm at all. They were very worried. Police were very worried about a tradition in some parts of the city, and that is the firing of weapons into the air. Last New Year's Eve, a couple of people were wounded with bullets raining now, but so far, no problems here, as I said.
Thanks very much, John. The celebration in South Beach in Miami. We're now going to check in with Terry Moran, who's on the mall in Washington. Terry.
The background is playing pass, just so you know.
Peter, the Washington Mall looks just splendid tonight. They're playing taps in the background, you might hear, which you might think is inappropriate given the moment. But the President, the First Lady, and daughter Chelsea are enjoying a night here, which is a typical Washington night, full of entertainment and thoughtful, sometimes windy speeches. We've just heard actually a very touching address by Senator John McCain paying tribute to the Americans who've fallen over the past century and defending the freedom that all the people here are enjoying. It has been that kind of night, ranging from entertainment high and low to the kind of thoughtful addresses. The Poet Laureate of the United States, Robert Pinsky, is going to read a poem, a toast to memory it's called, that begins, "Here's to memory," that numbers all the years. And then the President will address this throng of people. The security here is very tight. And in fact, there are still people trying to get in. It'll be capped by what we're promised will be a spectacular fireworks display over the Washington Monument. Peter?
Thanks, Terry. Not at all inappropriate, it seems to me, to hear taps. We were talking to former President Gerald Ford earlier on out at his home in Beaver Creek in Colorado. And he was saying to us when we asked him what was it about the century that he remembered, it was his service in the Pacific. And as my colleague and competitor Tom Brokaw at NBC has made so clear in the 2 books they've published this year on the Greatest Generation, this is finally the time to celebrate those Americans who gave their lives, both in the Pacific, in Europe, and in other parts of the world, to make sure that the rest of us could get to this moment at this point in time. Let's go to Central Park in New York City. ABC's John Miller.
Central Park. This is the annual Midnight Run. This is a 21-year tradition, and it's known for the zany costumes. Before the race, they have the costume parade. We've seen everybody from Baby New Year to people dressed as bread and butter. Of course, it's also known for the lack of costumes. Every year they have a couple of streakers here, even after it went out of style. And of course, it's followed by fireworks over Central Park. So this is a big event. Record crowd this year, 7,000 people. Because of the millennium, they have big numbers. So we're waiting for this to go up at the stroke of 12. Back to you, Peter.
And John, don't go anywhere, because we would not want you to miss any fireworks. There's been a real shortage of fireworks around the world today. John Miller in Central Park. We'll be back in a moment with Billy Joel and, of course, Dick Clark.
This is ABC 2000, the celebration of the millennium. Brought to you by Polaroid, see what develops. And by Toyota, taking you into the new millennium.
Your New Year's kiss. Save up to $12 now on select Polaroid cameras and film. Paid now before December 31st.
How do you enhance a V8 engine that produces 245 horsepower? A chassis that can haul up to 2,000 pounds. Or brakes that have 4 piston calipers? Simple. Add about 6 pounds of steel. Toyota Tundra, Motor Trend Truck of the Year, and 4-Wheel and Off-Road Magazine's 4x4 of the Year.
You are in the fight of your life. Just you against your smoking addiction, one-on-one. Trouble is, it's not a fair fight, and few people win it. But you can give yourself a fighting chance to win with Zyban. Zyban doesn't work for everyone. Zyban is part of a comprehensive program from your doctor to help you stop smoking. It's different from nicotine replacement. Zyban is the only prescription medicine that's nicotine-free, so you don't have to stop smoking all at once. As Zyban reduces your cravings, you feel like smoking less and less until you're ready to stop completely, because you're ready to win. You should know there is a risk of seizure associated with Zyban. To reduce the risk, don't take Zyban if you have or have had a seizure or eating disorder, or if you take Wellbutrin. Don't take Zyban if you use an MAO inhibitor. Side effects may include dry mouth and difficulty sleeping. Ask your doctor if Zyban is right for you, because it can help you quit smoking by making it a fight you can win. Zyban, you don't have to quit all at once.
Dick Clark back in Times Square live atop the Marriott here, and there's a lot of music going on down below. We've heard from Neil Diamond and Barry Manilow, later on Barbra Streisand and Blondie and NSYNC and Enrique Iglesias, but in Madison Square Garden is the 1998 American Music Awards merit winner, the man that never stops, the fellow who sings "We Didn't Start the Fire." Ladies and gentlemen, my friend, Mr. Billy Joel.
No, we don't want to do that. We want to do, give me a C. C. Something real C. Okay. Liv, give me a shuffle. It's on, we're on, never mind. We're on. Go for it.
Joe DiMaggio, Joe McCarthy, Richard Nixon, Studebaker, television, Norco Reed, Sarah Finney, and Marilyn Monroe. H-bomb, Sugar Ray, Papa John, Brando, the Taking High, and the Catcher in the Rye, Eisenhower, backseat, England's got a new queen, Marciano, Liberace, Diana, goodbye. Joseph Stalin, Alan Cobb, Nasser and Pranapia, Rockefeller, Campanella, Communist Ronnie, Roy Cohn, Walker-Owen, Tuscany, Jack Brown, Yen Bentu, Dolls rock around the clock. Einstein, James Dean, Brooklyn's gotta win. Davy Crockett, Peter Pan, Elvis Presley, Disneyland, Bardo, Budapest, Alabama, Khrushchev, Princess Grace, Peyton Place, Trouble in the Suez. Ho Chi Minh, Richard Nixon.
partying in Madison Square Garden with Billy Joel, and we're partying here in Times Square in just about 22 minutes. That big ball is going to be dropping. Don't you dare go away. We'll be right back after this word.
Night
provides no ambient illumination.
is scary.
Yet objects give off energy in the form of heat.
It would be amazing if you could see what's out there.
DeVille DTS thermal detection system with a head-up display projects images of the road ahead.
Beyond the range of your headlamps.
The all-new DeVille DTS, the world's first car available with night vision. The power band, the fusion of design and technology. Cadillac.
Boy, the things we don't think about when we're young. I'm Peggy Fleming, and now that I'm older and wiser, I think about the brittle bones that I could get if I wasn't taking a calcium supplement. So I take Oscal every day. Only Oscal's been proven effective in more clinical studies and comes from a natural calcium source and has been recommended by more doctors than Caltrate and Citracal combined. If you're getting older, get wiser too. Don't take chances, take Oscal.
He talked the talk.
I'm the greatest, I'm the prettiest, I'm the fastest.
He walked the walk.
Here was something else.
But when his dream
Future heavyweight champion of the world
collided with his cause,
my religion means more to me than some fight.
he divided a nation.
This is my destiny.
And changed the world.
You ready? I told you I was coming.
Now the story of how he became the greatest athlete of our time.
Float like a butterfly, sting like a bee.
An ABC original motion picture event.
This is my history today. I am king of the world.
Terrence Howard and the Practice's Steve Harris star in Muhammad Ali, King of the World. Monday, January 10th on ABC.
The snow is here, and the fun is just beginning. Hurry to any North Central Wisconsin Skidoo dealer before January 21st and register to win a 2000 Skidoo MXZ 440. Newsline 9 Sports Director Ted Stefaniak will draw the winner during the Super Bowl pregame show on January 30th. Don't let this winter pass you by. Register now to win a 2000 Skidoo MXZ 440 snowmobile. Sponsored by these North Central Wisconsin Skidoo dealers and TV9 at TV34. See entry form for official rules.
Happy holidays from WAOW TV9 and these area businesses. SH Enterprises Incorporated, your full-service metal fab and pallet manufacturer, wishes all our customers and employees a great holiday season. Marathon Junction, Marathon Park, where the fun never ends. Open daily 10 till dark. Don't forget the food. Season's greetings from Elmer Green and Associates, specialists in relationship, marriage, and family issues. Confidential, caring psychotherapy. And the Wausau Daily Herald. Read about the 10 critical issues facing our community, on sale December 22nd through December 31st.
Over the past 100 years, Ford has made automotive history time and time again. And now, we're doing it again. Presenting the 20th Century Sales Event from your Ford store, where you'll get $1,000 cash back on Explorer 4-door and $3,900 financing or $1,500 cash back on Ford Windstar. Plus, great deals on 99s, like $1,450 cash back on a 99 Ford F-150. So get to your local Ford store today, because when the Century Sales Event ends, it's history.
Back to Times Square. We'll be back to Dick Clark in just a couple of minutes from now. But even as encapsulated as we are here above 44th Street and Broadway, we can begin to feel the same kind of millennium madness that people around the world have felt as the moment got close. We're standing actually over a spot where not too long ago Good Morning America put some things into a time capsule and put it into the street permanently down there below, if you're ever passing this way in the century ahead. But as we go back to take one last look before 12 o'clock Eastern Time at the mall, we're reminded there was an opening ceremony there today by some of the members of the National Millennium Time Capsule, and it was quite fascinating, some of the things which were put into the National Millennium Time Capsule. Here are just three of them. One was a submission of a public library card from the Boston Public Library, the first library to allow readers to take books home. Another was a transparent lucite block holding 6 vials of vaccines of the 20th century, which averted illness and disability and death and changed the face of the world. And another was a set of dog tags inscribed to the American GI to honor all American GIs. On the mall for us at the moment, Terry Moran.
Well, Peter, those 3 items that you mentioned that were placed in the time capsule, along with many others contributed by noted Americans and school children, pretty much capture the spirit of Washington's celebration. It's thoughtful, as you might imagine, in addition to being celebratory. This is a place which is reaching really for significance as well as for good spirits. And we've heard that throughout the night here. And as you pointed out, in the time capsule, there is a lot of that. The president is expected to address the nation in about 20 minutes, and I'm sure we'll get more. Peter?
Thanks very much, Terry. As somebody said, I think in an article in the New York Times the other day, writing about the millennium, whatever 2000 brings, let's all get there at once. Let's go back for the traditional celebration. We join once again Dick Clark. Dick?
Thank you, Peter. It's getting a little more exciting out here in Times Square. We're about 16 minutes away from that big ball drop, and people all over the world will be counting on that ball. It's hanging high up there. In 1904, the Times newspaper moved to what was a place called Longacre Square in those days, and subsequently became known as Times Square. First year they set off some fireworks and celebrated New Year's. In 1907 they had the first ball drop, and it's been dropping to crowds like this for 91 continuous years. Now this hour down, you can see all those Mylar wigs and the balloons and stuff. All of that was handed out courtesy of the business development people here. They're celebrating this hour the Caribbean Islands culture with puppets and water things, but everybody here in the crowd is looking at the ball. The crowd size has not been officially told to us yet, but if it is 2 million, it'll be the biggest one I've ever seen in almost 30 years of being out here. And as you can see by our ABC clock, we have a little more than 15 minutes still to go. It's really comfortable this year. It's really nice. I've been out here when it's been 17 degrees below zero wind chill factor, and that can really, really hurt. This crowd is having a great time. Let me give you a little update on a wedding we had 14 years ago. We've had a lot of things here happen over the years. Wayne and Vicky Chu got married, and since then, that was in 1985, they've had 3 girls and a boy. Shayna 13, Amanda 11, Cassie 8, Adam 7. They're living in North Carolina these days. We've had 2 marriages and 1 proposal, and it all happened right under the ball drop. And believe it or not, it is about to happen again in 15 minutes from now. 25% of these people down on the street there are from out of the country. They're foreign visitors. And I've always said to you as we talked over the years, this is a young person's game. Well, believe you me, you got to be young to be here. 70% of those people down there are 19 to 35 years old, and they will drop into the New York City economy about $100 million. That's the financial impact of this celebration this year. Imagine $100 million over a few days. 14 minutes to go till the ball drops, and you'll see it all happen here. The 40 legitimate theaters in the area, most of them have closed. These folks were not going to the theater in any case. They've been in here, since the crack of dawn. Actually, I got up at 5 o'clock this morning and saw them begin to gather. They think the ball is moving. You can hear them screaming, but it's not. It won't drop yet. A little early. They're getting anxious. You can feel the excitement in the air, and this really, it truly is a remarkable sight. All started years and years ago. And we'll be back to follow the ball drop here on ABC once again right after this.
With a 180 horsepower VVTLI engine, 6-speed transmission, 16-inch alloy wheels, a cockpit-like interior, and a price dramatically less than most jet-powered vehicles. Wings have just become overrated. Introducing the next Celica.
Introducing the new AccuView 2 contact lens. So natural, it feels like you're wearing nothing at all. For a free trial pair, call us or visit your eye care professional.
Something new is here. A whole new way to take care of heartburn. Introducing Pepcid AC gel caps. Just one gel cap controls as much acid as a whole roll of Tums. An idea that's very easy to swallow. New Pepcid AC gel caps.
Thank you. No, please. Let me. There you go. You're certainly on your way, son.
We have activity.
Verify account status.
His last payment was a half-day late.
Raise his rate.
Initiating interest rate increase, sir.
If you're late with a payment, some credit cards are happy to automatically raise your interest rates. But at Discover Card? No, we don't do that. Remember, there's always something more to discover.
The Hurricane is a triumph of the human spirit and one of the best movies of the year. Time magazine calls it inspiring, a stirring and passionate story that will take your breath away. Denzel Washington is amazing to watch in the performance of a lifetime.
We gotta take it to the federal court. Judge is gonna throw it out. Then we transcend the law. We get back to humanity.
Golden Globe Award nominee for Best Actor, Best Director, and Best Picture of the Year. The Hurricane. Rated R. Now in select theaters. Check local listings.
To capture your New Year's kiss, save up to $12 now on select Polaroid cameras and film. Save now before December 31st.
A message for the fans of NYPD Blue.
Starting January 11th, NYPD Blue is back on ABC, still on Tuesday night, still at 10, 9 Central, just like it should be.
Blue is back. The new season begins Tuesday, January 11th on ABC. Viewer discretion advised.
Thanks for still being there.
You know, just a few seconds from now, it'll be about 10 minutes till the ball drop, and you can feel it in the air. There's a buzz. You hear that sound? They know it's going to happen. And they'll all be looking at the big ball up there on top of #1 Times Square. It's a 77-foot flagpole. Let me show you how they put this ball together and give you a couple of the statistics. It's a 6-foot ball in diameter, and they've mounted on 1,070 pounds of aluminum there. It's just covered with these crystals. There are 504 of them. They range in size from 4 3/4 inches to 5 3/4 inches long. And then again, they're lighted with 168 halogen bulbs at 60 watts, by the way. And as I mentioned, the flagpole is 77 feet tall. It's 390 feet up in the air over Times Square. And that's what these people down in that little square are looking at. This is all of the design of this intricate ball, and it's brand new this year, brand new for the millennium. And, of course, there are other symbols around the world. They drop an orange in one place. They light up a fountain somewhere else. But I must tell you, of all the symbols in the world that denote New Year's Eve, it's Times Square and the ball. And that's what they want to see. At the crossroads of the world, it is the place to be. And this is our 28th consecutive year in Times Square. Now, I don't think this crowd is really aware of all the preparation that went into this giant party. Awful lot of people, thousands of volunteers put in a lot of time. The professional crews, they've all got their eye on that flagpole. And when it hits the 2,000, you will hear in 9 minutes and 30 seconds a thing like you've never heard before. The helicopters are overhead. The volunteers have done their work. The professional crews have done it. The musicians, the dancers, the police, as I mentioned earlier, they have consumed 7,000 gallons of coffee. This is something to see. Times Square is a year-round attraction. There's no doubt about it. It is one of the places to see. The first movie theater that presented a talkie was here in 1927. And now, of course, you got dozens and dozens of movie houses everywhere, 40 legitimate theaters in the area, 250 restaurants, if you can believe that. And there are 12,500 hotel rooms in the area. We've got 9 minutes to go until the ball drops. Speaking of hotel rooms, 90,000 citywide, so New York City can throw a party. You know, the nice thing about this is these people have not been allowed to bring in alcohol. They're having a great time on their own. They're conversing, having intimate conversation, but they're screaming and yelling. They got their crazy wigs on and their glasses. They're just happy to be here. And as 1999 passes into 2000, we remember certainly the Latin music take over, the female singers take over, the boy band take over, and things like the Blair Witch Project. I wonder what they would have said if they'd seen the ball. Bruce Springsteen's $53 million tour. It's been a big year in entertainment. It's a big night here in Times Square. This is the year of the Internet Impact, $1 Million game shows, Santana's return, wrestling's return. By the way, as we watch the ball up there, do you have any idea? Yeah, it's 7 minutes to go, and got just a second here. The BMI people, the folks who you know, publish or keep track of a lot of the music, christened the top song of the century is "You've Lost That Lovin' Feeling." The Righteous Brothers and ASCAP's top song of the century was "Happy Birthday to You," if you can believe it or not. Once again, let us thank a wonderful ABC crew for putting all of this extraordinary coverage of the Millennium around the world, and especially here in Times Square together. Larry Klein's been our producer for goodness knows how many years. Bob McKinnon is our director. Bill Clark is the executive senior producer of the ABC television crew, and they've done a phenomenal job. That stage there in the middle has been the site of a lot of entertainment today. And as you see these giant billboards, they're all over the place. Back in the 1930s, Benny Goodman was the guy here. Just yesterday, as of 1942, Frank Sinatra appeared at the Paramount Theater for a 4-week engagement, and they extended it for 4 more weeks. Right here in the center of Times Square. In the 1950s, we had the first rock and roll shows. Alan Freed was here. And in 1983, you talk about big crowds. Big, big crowds. Central Park was inundated with people. That's when Diana Ross was there. And in 1997, Garth Brooks was there. Every eye is on the ball at 6 minutes and 40 seconds to ball drop and counting down. The weather tonight is perfect. I mean, look at them. They're not all bundled up. You can't even hardly see the breath in the air. I mean, usually they're rubbing themselves, hugging themselves, trying to stay warm. This is a walk in the park this year. Temperatures are in the mid-30s. A little earlier we said 37. It's probably down around 35 or 36 now. But they are not paying any attention at all to the weather. They're in a party mood. Now, all of these balloons and the funny-looking Mylar wigs and all were handed out by the Business Improvement District here, and they have done an extraordinary job of really putting things together here. It's a wonderful, wonderful party, and certainly one that will be long remembered for many, many years to come. I've just heard from the control room that it is still 37 degrees. And as I say, you would think it was in the mid-50s in terms of these. Look, they don't even have their hats on tonight. I'm still looking for that guy who's out there without his shirt on. There is always one guy, no matter what the weather is, who's out there hanging around. What are they shouting about? Let me check this out. There's a huge cry. I guess they saw the ball wiggle or something. I tell you, they can't wait. It's only 5 minutes away. I don't know if you can hear the helicopters hanging overhead, but they're up there. You know, each night, 6 million volts of electricity are shot through these extraordinary signs here. There are 300 miles of neon there. Billions and billions of visitors have come to this area since 1904. You can hear the music building in the background. They have this surround sound this year. All sorts of sound and confetti and other doodads will happen as we go along. 500 dancers, actors, musicians, and puppeteers, 7 giant screen TVs, 160 puppets, 57 banners, 500 3-foot balloons have been distributed, and 100,000 handouts, which include pom-poms and leis and wigs and flags. They've all gotten their little party souvenirs, and they're having a great old time. There's the ball. It hasn't moved yet. It won't move for another 3 minutes and 47 seconds. Piccadilly Circus is big. Ginza in Tokyo is big. But ain't nothing like the ball in Times Square. Crossroads of the world in New York City. This is the place to be. Believe you me. I had the balloon concession, but those were all given away free tonight, isn't that right? Happy-looking group of people. Notice the ages, though, don't I see? It is a young person's game. In order to stand out here for 10 or 12 hours, you're going to have a lot of stamina. And the police have arranged the porta potties on the side streets and all. They've accommodated the people who couldn't get into the square. They've worked it out so people can move around with ease, and we're just less than 3 minutes away from probably the biggest sound you will ever hear as the Millennium ball drop happens. I mean, I've seen a lot of them, but I've I've never seen the Sonatas have a crowd like this. If indeed this is 2 million people, there are only 3 cities in the United States that are bigger than this crowd: Chicago, New York, and L.A. This is big, really big. They talked about 3 million people on the beaches in Rio. They can stretch them out a long way up and down that beach down there. They're a little cozy down here. Yeah, say hi to Mom. She's watching you on TV. 2 minutes and 20 seconds. Every single person in this crowd is watching for that thing to move. It's all computerized now. In the old days, you used to drop it with a nylon clothes cord with 3 guys and a Mickey Mouse watch. It's all computerized now, highly technical. A couple of years ago when they first started, we had a minor glitch. Talking about Y2K things this year. A couple of years ago when it was computerized, we were a little bit late. I think we lost it by about 2 seconds that year, and boy, did it hit the papers. As I wave to television, turn around now, watch the ball. That's it there. You think she heard me? That's a funny look. Look at them. They're all the way up to Central Park, all the way down to 42nd Street. This is a massive New Year's Eve crowd with 1 minute and 30 seconds left. Listen to the music build. They're ready. They're in their sombreros. That's our street cam. We've got 25 cameras here tonight covering this event. This is a really big one. You are wise to stay at home. In 1 minute, the ball will drop and you will see pandemonium. Listen to them. The ball is beginning to move. They can feel it. They know it. In 47 seconds, it will be 2,000. You're in Times Square with a couple of million intimate friends. 35 seconds. They're ready in 30. Get close to somebody you love. In 25 seconds, it'll be the new year. In 20 seconds. And we're going to count it down from here down when we get to 10. Are you ready? Happy New Year early. In 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy 2000! Looks like a blizzard there. That's 3,500 pounds of confetti being fired by cannons from 13 different locations. Our cameras can hardly see through the paper. Happy New Year! amongst all of this happiness, I wanted to make one note of a passing this last year of a dear man, Mr. Leonard Goldenson, who put together the ABC television network and stood by my side and made my professional life everything it turned out to be. He was an extraordinary man, a wonderful entrepreneur, a visionary, and he will be sorely missed. Mr. Goldenson, thank you, sir. Well, they're in a party mood. Can you imagine how long this thing is going to last? Can you imagine how much work it's going to take to clean this mess up? Whee! They're partying in the ABC room, but you got a whole night ahead of you. This is magnificent coverage going on here for the ABC 2000 event. The people here in Times Square will continue to party on into the wee hours. You can count it. They're taking pictures of each other, celebrating. They're in a festive mood if ever there was one. Going to preserve that on his home video there. You won't find a happier group of people anywhere in the world. And it'll be very interesting tomorrow to see if the official estimate is 2 million. I can usually tell. Years and years ago, I could sort of judge it by looking up and down the street. You can't take an individual head count, but I said, well, 500,000 people are here, and sure enough, it would appear in the paper the next day to confirm it. I have no more idea in a billy goat how many people are here tonight, but it's a lot. This is the biggest New Year's Eve crowd I've ever seen in the almost 30 years I've been hanging around here. Once again, congratulations to the NYPD. They do an extraordinary job. The city of New York throws the biggest party in the world. It's orderly, it's happy, it's well controlled. Beautiful job. And once again, thank you for allowing me to be a part of your New Year's Eve. Peter Jennings, Happy New Year early. I'll see you soon, sir.
Thank you, Dick, very much. Thank you, Dick Clark, very much for a wonderful evening and a wonderful celebration to all of us, not only in New York, but across the country. Dick Clark, without whom we would not want to have a New Year's celebration in Times Square. And sure, those of us who are here are just a little biased as to whether it was the biggest or the best celebration. Wherever you were, we hope it was the biggest and best celebration. People here waited for 19 hours. And hey, listen, this was the way the vote went. Happy New Year to you all across the country and across any other country that happens to be watching us. We had a great time. As I said, they waited 19 hours here in Times Square to share a moment like this, and they waited in every other city in the world to have a happy millennium moment as well. And now we're going to take a break and then work our way all the way across America. Thanks for being with us.
Sweetheart, let me guess. A nice, cold Pepsi. I wouldn't want to hear one of those crazy voices of yours, huh?
Honey, you ain't heard nothing yet. Hit it, fellas. Joy bubbles, joy fun, joy of Pepsi on your tongue. The greatest taste sensation. You go, girl.
Initiating data download.
At Merrill Lynch, we're still bullish.
Analyzing data.
From Wall Street to the world.
should have used Energizer. They keep going and going and going.
Cellular One, clear across America.
It's form that touches our lives, and function that enlivens it. It's poetry that clutches the heart, and technology that makes it race. It's science that makes us see, and design that makes our eyes wide. It's the fusion of all these things. That is the power of and. The power of and. The fusion of design and technology. Cadillac.
America's Broadcasting Company wishes you a Happy New Year.
There is nothing wrong with your television set. We are controlling transmission.
We hope you've enjoyed the journey and remind you that the best is yet to come. Welcome to television's new millennium, brought to you by your friends at ABC.
This is ABC 2000, the celebration of the millennium, brought to you by Pepsi, the joy of cola, and by Discover Card. There's always something more to discover. Once again from Times Square, Peter Jennings.
Well, while we were getting dressed up and celebrating here in Times Square in the last couple of minutes, of course, people were celebrating everywhere else as well. And so let's take a quick... we're going to go back to Madison Square Garden in just a minute and hear Billy Joel one more time. But for the moment, let's share a little bit of the celebration on the Mall in Washington. President Clinton showed up, as we know, some time ago. And as they celebrated the millennium, he invoked the words of Martin Luther King Jr. when he said, "Let freedom ring," and this is what it looked like. Said earlier that this was a subdued crowd in Washington, but it doesn't look like it at the moment. And what wonders they have wrought inside the monument. We return to Madison Square Garden and the great Billy Joel.
Bottle of white, a bottle of red, perhaps a bottle of rosé instead. We'll get a table near the street in our old familiar place, you and I, face to face. got a new life and the family is fine. We lost touch so long ago. We lost weight, I did not know you would ever look so nice after so much time. You remember those days hanging out at the village green? Yesterday, boots, leather jackets, and tight blue jeans. Oh, you know down in the bus playing song about New Orleans. Told me how life's my sweet romantic scene night. Popular studies and the king and the queen and the prom, riding around with the car top down and the radio on. Nobody looks any finer, only four of a head at the Parkway Diner. We never knew we could want more than that at a right. Surely Fender and Eddie would always know how to survive. He was still going steady in the summer of '75 when he decided the man was to be the end of July. Everyone said they were crazy, but do you know you're much too lazy, and Eddie could never afford to live that kind of life. Oh, but everyone waved Fender and Eddie goodbye. Well, they got in the bottle with deep rock off and a couple of babies and steers. With the breath they sang for a couple of years. Started to fight when the money got tight. But you still got all the tears. Had it already by the summer of '75. From the height of the low to the end of the show for the rest of their lives. Couldn't go back to the greasers. Best they could do was pick up their pieces. So we always knew they would both find a way to get fired. Oh, that's all I heard about Fender and Eddie. I can't say it more than I told you already. Here we are, waiting Fender and Eddie goodbye.
Joel, another one of the great entertainers working tonight, in his case in Madison Square Garden, and before the night is over, we're going to hear more of them. And we've been here for about 21 hours, so if you'll forgive me, dinner jacket is great for New Year's, but we're going to relax for the next several hours as well. I'll tell you, two people who've not had any chance to relax at all today are Sam Donaldson and Lisa Stark, who've been monitoring Y2K and aviation, of course, in Washington. So we're going to go first to Sam, who's at Y2 headquarters in New York. Sam, you've had a long day, but sort of a foolproof day. Everything seems to have worked out about everywhere.
Well, Peter, it's like the firefighters are sitting around the station house and playing a pinochle, waiting for the bell to ring. It never rings. On the other hand, you're exactly right. That's the best outcome. I mean, does the phrase, no news is good news, resonate so loudly? Every place that they've checked here at the Information Center in Washington, beginning with New Zealand, ending now with New York, Washington, the Eastern Seacoast, everything's fine. Russia might have been a problem. Russia is not a problem. China might have been, not China a problem. Italy, they said the Italians started late. They held their first meeting last September on Y2K. So watch out for Italy. Italy just fine. And that's the way it should have been. The federal government spent $8.5 billion. They estimate about $100 billion, Peter, spent by private industry in this country. So if people say, well, was this a hoax? Was this a hype? No, probably we're going to find out there was a real problem there, but they got it fixed. And this may be one of the great success stories of how, yes, indeed, people can fix a problem once they identify it.
I remember, Sam, when we started reporting on this about a year and a half ago, and we assigned Jimmy Walker to it, who spent much of the day in New Zealand, and nobody thought we were hyping it then. Recently, they thought we were hyping them, but it may have been all the reporting through the year that made people much more conscientious about Y2K potential than they might otherwise have been.
Well, I think that's right. I mean, it's not over yet. Everyone cautions that when business opens on Monday morning, we're probably going to find some businesses, hope they're not many, that have a problem. And you may have a problem with your billing. You may have a problem with some device. And this may go on for several months because the real experts, Peter, tell me that these chips and the degrading of the chips, if all the systems aren't working properly, can turn up, say, next June. But everybody here, beginning with John Koskinen, who is, of course, the Y2K czar, who brought in a cake a while ago. No champagne, cheap. Well, anyway, he brought in a cake. Everyone here is delighted and know that they've dodged a bullet. They are prepared, though, as I suggest, for people to now say, well, there wasn't a problem after all. But I think that's a little short-sighted. I mean, if we dodged a bullet, to examine how many bullets were out there seems to me to be a futile exercise.
In the broader sense, too, Sam, everybody worked very hard, I think, everywhere in the world, as best we can tell, with some exceptions, Ukraine being one, worked very hard at trying to avoid a Y2K problem. The general public seemed to be very casual. There was no rush, for example, on ATM machines anywhere in the country.
Absolutely. The reports here are that today, for instance, the one day you would expect if people had delayed and said, well, I've got to get gasoline, I've got to get food, I've got to lay in a water supply, didn't happen. In fact, it was sort of normal for a long weekend, as this is, and no more. Now, the one place, interestingly enough, around the world where the public reacted with some alarm was Japan. The Japanese apparently laid in 50% more bottled water than they normally do. Stoves, cook stoves. They took to heart the idea that their infrastructure might go down. But, of course, they didn't go down either.
For a very good reason in Japan, Sam, because the Japanese government warned people to take care. The Japanese government warned people to put in extra supplies, warned them to take in water, warned them that this might be a very dangerous moment for them in this astonishing technological nation.
Well, that's true, but, of course, we were warned also. Now, I think you're right. We were warned, the American public, and yet we were also told at the same time it's going to be okay, because the government reports, the last one came, just a few days ago in the reports from the White House, finally came to the point of saying it's going to be all right. There aren't going to be any great dislocations. And so far, of course, those reports are correct. Now, as I said earlier, Peter, they're taking precautions. For instance, there are two major pipelines that ship oil from the Texas area to New York and Chicago. And they're shut down at this moment, one for 20 hours, one for 8 hours, while they check all of the systems that boost that oil. Now, there's not a shortage of oil, so don't be alarmed. You're not going to freeze tonight or tomorrow night or the next night. But those things, all the banks were required to back up all of the data. Your bank account has been backed up on a floppy someplace or its equivalent in case something went wrong there.
Well,
so
Sam,
the precautions were there, but apparently not necessary.
Sam, thank you very much. You proved again today how well you know your story. Thank you very much. Hope you get some sleep. Sam Donaldson reporting to us from Y2K headquarters in Washington. Now, the one other question in terms of technology in this regard is whether or not there have been any troubles in flight. You heard us say earlier that the leadership of the Communist Party in China made its airline officials be in the air at midnight of their time to prove that the airlines there were safe. We're going to go to Herndon, Virginia again now, where ABC's Lisa Stark, who covers aviation for us, has been monitoring the FAA all day long. So, what's the story?
The story is, Peter, that there is no story, and they're happy to report that. A big cheer went up here just after midnight, celebrating the new year, but more importantly, celebrating that all systems are go. No major problems to report, not only in the United States, but in fact, throughout the world. Sam had talked earlier about countries that got started late dealing with the Y2K problems. There were concerns about the air traffic control systems in those countries, but there have been no problems reported at airports, with airlines, or in any of those systems, and they're just hoping that good news holds throughout the next few days. And just to let you know, by the way, there are about 500 planes right now up in the air over the United States.
Thanks very
Peter?
much, Lisa. Also, a very long day for you, Lisa Stark, who covers aviation for us in Herndon, Virginia. And by the way, tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock Eastern Time, Sam Donaldson's not going to get an awful lot of sleep. But for those of you around the country who have been doing other things today and have missed some of these extraordinary moments as we have traveled around the world, there's going to be a full review on ABC from 8 till 11 tomorrow morning Eastern Standard Time. Check your local listings, listen to the television set, whatever. But Sam will be back with the highlights of this quite extraordinary day in time. We'll be back in just a minute.
This is ABC 2000, the celebration of the millennium. Brought to you by Cadillac, the power of and the fusion of design and technology. And by AccuView contact lenses, vision for the new millennium.
I became famous playing Superman, a man who could fly. Now I can't move or even breathe on my own. But after my accident, when I knew I would live, I learned an important lesson. My disability need not be disabling. I can still pursue my career as an actor and director. So tell your kids not to become discouraged in the face of adversity. Tell them that with faith, their bad days are just good days in disguise. You don't need any special eloquence to talk to your kids. Just the act of talking to them can be a spiritual experience. The right words will come. So tell them to have faith.
Just like you, we care about how your kids feel.
2000. What are you looking forward to? The Event Network. ABC. The return of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire.
And the Emmy goes to...
The Primetime Emmy Awards.
The streak is over!
The Daytime Emmy Awards.
Whitney Houston!
The American Music Awards. Plus the Academy Awards.
Thank you!
The Super Bowl. 2000. The biggest events of the new century are only on one network. ABC.
Hi, happy holidays from everyone at LB Trucking. Due to the holidays falling on a Saturday this year, all route schedules will remain the same. Once again, have a great holiday season.
Happy holidays from TV9 and these area businesses. Krieger Floral and Gifts, now located at the Pick and Save Cedar Creek Market. The Board of Directors and employees of First Choice Credit Union Marshfield wish all members a great holiday season. Insurance Services of Wausau, representing over 30 quality companies for all your insurance needs. And Tires Plus, like no other tire store. Low warehouse prices, fast world-class service across from Walmart, Wausau. Happy holidays. Happy holidays from TV9 and these area businesses. JS&S Power Center, Business 51 South Stevens Point, your Husqvarna dealer and motocross headquarters. Charlie's Hardware, your Toro snowblower and servicing dealer. Highway 153 West, Mosinee. The staff of Snowbelt Fireplace and Stove, Stevens Point, wishes you a warm and happy holiday season. And safe and warm holiday wishes from Travel Consultants and Tanning Studios in Rib Mountain. Best wishes from TV9 and these businesses.
Happy holidays from TV9.
Well, they're still here in Times Square. They're beginning to drift away after, more than almost 20 hours here. In the case of some people who came down here, 16, 17 hours anyway. Many people have been here. This is the kind of scene you see in many parts of the world this evening, the slightly lonely post-midnight dance. Need not be lonely for everybody. Sam Donaldson was talking about their concern in Japan with YK2. One of the things that we get out of Japan today is a performance that was given in Osaka, the second city of Japan, which so many Americans know, of course, from the earthquake there, among other things. But the group that performed in Osaka, which we now bring to you, was Aerosmith.
Don't wanna cry.
Aerosmith playing at Osaka in Japan today. If you were with us earlier today, you may remember some of the Japanese rock groups that performed, and we made the point that American influence went to Japan, and now Japanese influence, taken in many ways from the United States, is now sweeping all over Asia. But there is what some people call the elder statesman of rock, Aerosmith, playing in Osaka to a packed audience there tonight. We'll continue with our Millennium coverage right after this.
Have you ever wondered what an echo looks like? There's an echo out there.
All right, everybody. If this one doesn't get your toe tapping, check your pulse. Here it is, coming to you in Living Cola. Refreshing Pepsi Cola. From the wonderful folks who put the R in cola. I'll be signing off now, because it's my bedtime. I'll catch you on the flip side. Be there.
I like this job. Oh, Mom, it's great. My first apartment. You should see it. It's huge.
When you've got things to talk about, it's a good idea to dial 10-10-321 first.
And I got a great view of the river.
With 10-10-321, you get 50% off calls over 10 minutes. That's just 8 cents a minute, day or night, and no monthly fees. And at 50% off, you can share every last detail.
And I even have a garden.
Talk as long as you want with 10-10-321.
This is my invention. The silverware instrument. C'est les lunettes éclairantes. You could slide them, but they don't slide by themselves. It worked. It worked. Head slide. It could change somebody's life. 24-hour sandals. That is the greatest idea I've ever came up in my whole life.
It's a freedom, adventure. It puts me at one with natural elements, liberating, allows me to clear my head. One of the few things I can do whereby I actually don't hear music in my head. Brings me closer to God, allows me to bask in the wonder of God. Being at the top of a mountain is one of the most incredibly beautiful experiences I've ever had.
Live from around the world, this is ABC 2000. Brought to you by your local Kia dealer and by Discover Card. There's always something more to discover. We'll be right back in a moment.
Final answer? You win $250. You're right, way to go! $25,000. The winner is... He's won $1 million!
Who Wants to Be a Millionaire returns January 9th on ABC.
Happy holidays from TV9 and these area businesses. Krieger Floral and Gifts, now located at the Pick and Save Cedar Creek Market. The board of directors and employees of First Choice Credit Union Marshfield wish all members a great holiday season. Insurance Services of Wausau, representing over 30 quality companies for all your insurance needs. And Tires Plus, like no other tire store. Low warehouse prices, fast world-class service across from Walmart, Wausau. Happy holidays.
There's only one way to adventure.
One way to excitement.
One way to serenity.
and one way to fun. The Wisconsin way.
Discover Wisconsin.
We'll take you there. I want to start in Bayfield at the top of the station. Let's put down. Yeah.
When you're in a hurry and your tank is empty, what do? Reeser Mobile Mart has a quick, easy solution. It's Mobile Speed Pass. When you pull up to the pump, Speed Pass automatically turns the pump on. No need to fumble for your credit card. Fill up and you're on your way. If your tummy tank is on empty in the morning, Reeser Mobile Mart and Newsline 9's Wake Up Wisconsin will fill you up. Just purchase the special Wake Up travel mug for $1.49. Refill for free every weekday from 5:30 a.m. till 8 a.m. Start your day with Wake Up Wisconsin and visit Reeser Mobile Marts for your free morning coffee and Mobile Speed Pass, the fastest way to get gas.
Groundwater is part of our daily lives. It's our drinking water. It must be safe, but its quality can be threatened by many sources. I'm Jan Schlickman. As an attorney, I've handled many cases, but one changed my life. I represented 8 families who lost their children to leukemia. The suspected cause, contaminated groundwater. You can make a difference. Learn all you can. Get involved locally. Our children's future depends on it.
Live from around the world, this is ABC 2000. Once again from Times Square in New York, Peter Jennings.
As you know, if you've been with us throughout the day or even for parts of the day, we've been making a series of Millennium phone calls to people in various parts of the world. I have to tell you, we had hoped to talk to Sean Connery about Hogmanay in Scotland and give us the meaning of Scotland. We got so preoccupied with what was going on along the Thames and so swept away by that great event. We've just had a message from Mr. Connery saying he's out of range. He means it kindly, and we thank him for even agreeing to play with us this evening. And we're very happy to include in our Millennium phone call list one of America's best-loved actors, Alan Alda, who has spent the evening with his family and friends at his home in Bridgehampton, New York. Hi, Alan.
Hello, Peter.
Happy New Year to you, first of all.
Thank you. Happy New Year.
And how did you spend the evening? Who all was there?
Well, we spent it with you. We had you, we had you projected on the wall above our fireplace. Your face was about 4 feet tall.
Well, I know you're very, very family-oriented. Did you have your kids and your grandchildren there?
Yes, yes. When the ball landed on the building, I was dancing with my 2.5-year-old granddaughter. It was a wonderful evening.
Well, that's fantastic. Alan, you're one of the people who's had such a wonderful interest in the world. As you look back over almost any period of time you choose, what rushes to mind, if anything?
As I look back over the time, you're saying the time that
yes.
We spent before we got to this millennium.
Yes.
Well, it's an interesting question to me because tonight we played a game where we were trying to figure out the greatest inventions in the last 2,000 years. And you almost can't name any single one, except what your show has been doing all day long and will do through the night is an example of one of the most remarkable things that's happened, I think, and that's the convergence of abilities to communicate globally. I mean, look at what that represents. Look at what your show alone is representing in terms of global communication. It shows how far we've come in the last, say, couple of 100 years. You could communicate at the speed of a horse 200 years ago, and now it's at the speed of light. And yet that cut that you made from the celebration in Moscow to the utter silence in that refugee camp in sub-Saharan Africa was, to me, a very moving image of how far we have to go if we're going to be around for another 1,000 years or 2,000 years. I mean, we have really important work to do, and it's monumental compared to, say, communications that have achieved what they have to this point.
As you were sitting with your friends tonight, were you making New Year's resolutions?
Nobody seems to have made one. That seems to be probably have grown a great deal in the past 1,000 years if nobody made one tonight.
I agree. Well, thank you for staying up and talking to us. What are you looking forward to most in the future? And I know I'm going to say don't include your family and your kids because I know how strongly you feel, but what are you looking forward to most in the days ahead?
You know, I think one of the things that excites me the most is the internet and the ability to reach other people with what I know how to do. And I think, you know, as part of the entertainment community. And I think that I will probably be doing that, and most of us will be doing it through the internet in the coming years. And it's a very exciting thing. It must be the way people felt at the beginning of this century as the film opened up, and then radio and eventually television. It's thrilling to think of what can happen.
Here we are on the edge of another age of invention.
It really is extraordinary, and it moves so fast. It turns out that everything moved for the past couple of 100 years. It seems to me that this has been 1,000 years of acceleration. You know, Newton studied acceleration, and everybody else is practicing it, and we're moving faster and faster as we understand more and more about what moving faster means. We don't really know where we're headed. We're going so fast. We're all flying 1,000 miles an hour, and it's really exciting.
You make a point. Well, I've always thought you knew where you were going. I wish you and your family a very, very happy New Year. I know your passion with the internet. Try to stay off at least until tomorrow.
I have my computer shut down until tomorrow.
Thanks, Alan. Alan Alda.
Great to talk. You're doing a great job here.
Happy New Year's.
Happy New Year.
Alan Love, thanks very much. We'll continue our Millennium coverage in just a moment.
I need love, love to ease my mind. I need to find someone to call mine. Mama said,
now there's a whole new way to snack and kick back. Introducing single-serving Tostitos snack kits. Just be sure you pick the right time to eat them. Dig in, kick back, Tostitos.
Arizona Angels coming to bat in the first.
This is a fruitcake. You could spend the next few days enjoying holiday treats like this, or you could come to the Gotta Get a Kia year-end sales event and get a 2000 Sportage starting at $13,795 after $1,000 cash back. It's your choice. Either get $1,000 cash back during the Gotta Get a Kia year-end sales event, or enjoy your fruitcake. Nice save.
Introducing the new AccuView 2 contact lens. So natural, it feels like you're wearing nothing at all. For a free trial pair, call us or visit your eye care professional. Announcing a new way to see, near and far. AccuView bifocal contact lens with pupil intelligent design. Call 1-800-531-2121 for a free trial pair or visit your eye care professional.
Nice album. CDs. You sound like Dad. They're from Play, from Columbia House. Music Club? Been there. Forgot to send back those cards. Got stuff I didn't want. It's different with Play. No reply cards or unwanted CDs. And check out the Play website. Easy ordering, email, hassle level 0. CD samplers with new artists and 12 CDs as soon as you join. Come on, let's go play.
Visit ColumbiaHouse.com or AOL keyword CH Music or watch your mail. Cellular One, clear across America.
Should have used Energizer. They keep going and going and going.
Nightline? Ask anyone.
Nightline is, it's a lot more reality than most of the other shows. I like to know what the real story is. I don't really like to see everything hyped up. And I'd really rather have news than entertainment.
I agree with him.
It's the first time in our married life she's ever agreed with me.
Nightline. Capo. Ask anyone.
This is ABC 2000, the celebration of the millennium. Brought to you by Motorola and by The Hurricane from Universal Pictures starring Denzel Washington, now playing in select theaters.
We'll continue in just a moment.
Two thumbs way up for Man on the Moon. Golden Globe nominee for Best Picture and Best Actor Jim Carrey. It's the best movie of the year, Man on the Moon, rated R, now playing.
America Online introduces new version 5.0.
Be easy, it's just got easier. You've got mail, you've got pictures.
Instant messages. Customer service is always there to help.
If I knew it was this easy, I would have started a long time ago.
America Online. So easy to use, no wonder it's #1. The King.
Should have used Energizer. They keep going and going and going and going.
Announcing a new way to see, near and far. AccuView bifocal contact lens with pupil intelligent design. Call 1-800-531-2121 for a free trial pair or visit your eye care professional.
Something new is here. A whole new way to take care of heartburn. Introducing Pepcid AC gel caps. Just one gel cap controls as much acid as a whole roll of Tums. An idea that's very easy to swallow. New Pepcid AC gel caps.
We need a car?
A minivan.
No.
An SUV.
With leather.
Blue.
Green.
Bluish green.
Introducing Autotrader.com. Over 1 million used cars updated daily, make it the biggest, best used car site on the planet.
Now we need insurance.
And a loan.
Autotrader.com. Your car is waiting.
Thank you. No, please. Let me. There you go. You're certainly on your way, son.
We have activity.
Verify account status.
His last payment was a half-day late.
Raise his rate.
Initiating interest rate increase, sir.
If you're late with a payment, some credit cards are happy to automatically raise your interest rates. But a Discover card? No, we don't do that. Remember, there's always something more to discover.
Monday on 2020, an emotional tug of war. Adopted children searching for their birth mothers. Birth mothers who don't want to be found. 2020, Monday.
I'm ready to rumble. I'm gonna beat you like a dog. I'm your daddy today.
That's right.
I told y'all.
That's right.
You thought that it was over, didn't you? You thought you had a chance, but I'm here today. I told you I was coming.
Once in a century, along comes a man whose strength and courage raises him above all others.
I am the greatest.
This is how we got there.
This is my history today.
Terrence Howard and the Practices. Steve Harris star in Muhammad Ali, King of the World. Monday, January 10th on ABC.
I'm gonna shake up the world.
Well, that's something we haven't seen in New York City in almost 24 hours. The empty streets of New York left only with the New York City police. And anybody who spent any time in New York knows if you were looking for a... you'd seen a lot of uniformed police around in the last 24 hours. In this enormous security operation, you probably missed a vast number of New York City policemen and women who were in plain clothes as well. But there it is. There's the residue, and it's somewhat reminiscent, surely, of what has happened in towns and cities all across the country. Rather, all around the world, not across the country at all. But here it looks like snow, and in all sorts of other cities around the world, they have sensible people gone to bed. It's already 6:30, almost 7 o'clock in New Zealand. Tomorrow, 4:30, almost 5 o'clock in Sydney, Australia. It's almost 3 o'clock in the morning in Tokyo. But there are celebrations to come in New Orleans and Chicago, which are our next midnights, and so we're going to go first to New Orleans and Steve Osunsami. Steve?
Well, Peter, we're right now in Jackson Square, which is just about a block away from the Mississippi River, which means so much to this town. And although a large part of the country has already marked the beginning of the special new year, there is no sense here that the celebration that is about to really kick off in 5 minutes is anticlimactic. The smell of cigars is in the air. There is at least 1,000 or so people in this one area alone. And for further proof, take a look at the stage. There's plenty of music going on, and it's very colorful, and people here are anxious to celebrate the new year. There's also going to be a ball drop here in Jack's Brewery, which is just across the street from where we're standing now, so New Orleans will be able to celebrate their own ball drop, much like people in Times Square, but of course, not quite as many people.
Yeah, but the celebration looks very New Orleans, right?
Definitely very New Orleans. This is actually one of the many groups that march in the Mardi Gras parade. You'll see lots of beads being tossed around because that's a very big tradition here. Also, people are drinking and drinking and drinking because that is part of the culture here. And once this celebration is over, everyone is going to make a beeline towards Bourbon Street, and there the party will continue until dawn.
That's great. Can we listen to the stage for just a moment? One of the oldest histories of the United States, New Orleans.
And so you know, Peter, tomorrow morning, for all of the thousands of people who are out partying tonight, the folks who give us Tabasco are going to produce a 1,000-gallon Bloody Mary to help these people work with their hangovers.
I don't know why you'd ever think New Orleans was an anticlimax to anything, Steve.
Definitely not. People here are as happy as ever to welcome the new year, especially this new year. And I think that was illustrated today by all the different processions through the streets, all the people who have come into the French Quarter just to mark this special occasion.
Thanks very much, Steve Osunsami. Welcome back to New Orleans. As we've celebrated the world today, we have all been very conscious of the fact that so many of the people from elsewhere in the world are represented in the great Midwestern city of Chicago. And there, once again, we find Carol Simpson. Carol?
I'm very envious of Steve Osunsami down in New Orleans, where it looks rather warm. I am in the Windy City, in Grant Park, in downtown Chicago. Beautiful skyline. I'm feeling the power. Let me show you something. Just watch what will happen. All you have to do is wave your hand and the crowd goes wild. I'd say there are several thousand people down here at Buckingham Fountain, one of Chicago's great landmarks, right on the lakefront. But this is only one place where fireworks are going to be set off. There are 6 locations throughout the city, as Mayor Daley emphasizes that this is a town of neighborhoods. So instead of people gathering at one place like Times Square, they are all over the city where they will be enjoying it. And today we've been talking about how diverse the city is, and if you look at the crowd, you see the diversity of Chicago. There are Asians, there are Poles, there are Jews, there are African Americans. They're very happy ones that this is finally their time. They've been watching all day, other cities celebrating, and we are waiting. There is going to be a countdown on the big building, the second or third. We're still not sure whether it's the second or third tallest building in Chicago. Used to be the Standard Oil building and called Big Stan. Then it was the Amoco building, but as of today, it is now an insurance building called Aon. And there are laser lights that are shining across there, and we will be getting a countdown there shortly. Peter?
Well, Cal, we're going to stay with you right through midnight because Chicago doesn't take a backseat to anybody anywhere else in the world with absolute and complete justification. Never understood why they called it the second city. So we'll stay with you. We're at 51 minutes, seconds, and counting down to Chicago's midnight and throughout the Midwest. So we'll stay with you, Carol. It's yours.
Okay. I'd like to also tell you that we just left McCormick Place, where the 2x2 celebration is. International people from all over the world and they are out on the deck of McCormick Place to watch these fireworks.
Carol's making reference to the fact that the city of Chicago invited people from all over the world to come to Chicago and celebrate with them. Two people
Here
from
comes
a
the
whole
count,
variety
Peter.
of nations. It's yours.
On the building, 9. 10, 9, 8. Happy New Year, Peter from Chicago.
Happy New Year to you, Carol.
Fireworks are lighting up the sky. As I say, along the lakefront, there are 6 locations which are having fireworks demonstrations like these.
Well, you're in one of the cities that's paid attention to its waterfront, lakeshore in Chicago. Uncluttered, unencumbered by either advertising signs or buildings right on its edge. So very few lakeshore waterfront cities in the world have kept and preserved the access to the water like this one has.
They are very proud of this area. They call it Chicago's front yard.
Thank you, Chicago, and Happy New Year's to all of you out there. Let's go now to join briefly the celebration in Mexico City. We'll go back to Mexico City in just a minute. New Orleans celebration of midnight is well underway. ABC special coverage of the Millennium continues, but we're going to pause for just a second here to let some affiliates leave us for a local news update if they choose. The rest of you, I hope to stay with.
Think you've seen it all?
Think you can.
It's your life.
Live it.
It's your